The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United
The court will call 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsels Ms. Trujillo and Ms. Devereaux. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick appear today for the state. We come on today for day 5 of jury trial, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues that we need to address before we bring the jury in and resume from the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And then with regard to scheduling, I think we had talked about this previously, but I can't remember when this was set. I have a continuation on a different homicide trial, and we had to set the continuation on that preliminary hearing for 4 p.m., so we'll need to recess shortly before 4 today.
Okay. I guess there is one issue in looking at these photos from the defense. I don't know if the court wants to take that up now or during Mr. Blair's testimony.
If we can address it now, we might as well address it now.
It's clear from the pictures that they're attempting to bring in photographs of marijuana pipes or pipes of the sort that would have been in Mr. Dickerson's house at the time of the fire. In looking at these photos in comparison with the toxicology reports, I don't believe there's any allegation that marijuana was in his system. So I think the court should just rule as an initial matter how that would be relevant.
And I don't know what photos you're referring to. Can you? Sure. And from the defense, any response to that?
Your Honor, this isn't necessarily going to the toxicology. I would note the toxicology only comes back positive for a handful of substances. THC was not tested on that panel, but this is going to the defense of the investigation of what was found inside the home.
And Mr. Trujillo, can you elaborate that? You said it goes to the defense on what was found inside the home.
So it's, I guess, twofold. Part of it goes to our defense, which I can provide a sealed offer of proof, but for purposes of not a sealed offer of proof, this is also what officers found in the home. This is what they investigated. This is what they had noted was noteworthy in their own reports and their body worn. They are things found in the home. So if the prosecution is able to limit the only materials that were found in the home, especially if we're talking about the bedroom in regard to the Zales box, the other jewelry box, that's very much limiting what was actually found in the house. All of these would be relevant for what was ultimately found when they had searched the entire home. And again, I can make a sealed offer of proof if the court wants.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And Mr. Praley, you said the results of the autopsy indicated no THC marijuana in his system?
That's correct. I don't believe there's any aspect of any other substance other than alcohol, to my knowledge.
All right. Well, it seems to me that we just have a situation of competing evidence. The autopsy report seems to indicate that there was Mr. Dickerson had no marijuana in his system. Certainly the defense can present evidence if they want to argue that there was, and the parties can address which is the better evidence in their presentation of evidence and their questioning of witnesses and their closing arguments. So at least at this point in time, I don't think I need to prohibit this evidence prior to testimony. If there are any other separate objections to this evidence, we'll deal with those contemporaneously. Mr. Hill, do you want to come grab these? Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
And we finished on Mr. Blair, is that right?
We're recalling.
Recalling Mr. Blair, yes. Can you bring the jury in?
Do you want him to take the stand again?
Is he here?
Yes.
If you can bring him in, and we'll bring him up once the jury is set. Yes, you can bring them in. please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Detective, will you remain standing? Since we're beginning a new day, I'm going to swear you in again. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if you can get as close to the microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. Praley, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to reapproach with People's Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
I had provided you the tag number yesterday on that disc. Was that associated with this case?
Yes, it is.
And specifically connected with your duties?
Yes, it is.
Have you now had the ability to view the contents of People's Exhibit 3?
I did.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Does it contain the footage that you dealt with in this investigation?
Yes, it does.
Specifically as it pertains to the video dealing with 2406 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, move for omission at 3.
Any objection?
Confrontation.
All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 3. And you may publish where appropriate.
Sir, after dealing with the video, can you describe to the jury what your other roles in the investigation were?
In this investigation, I was mainly the on-scene evidence processing. There's multiple search warrants, so it would be 3 days straight going to the scene and doing collection of evidence such as photos or individual items, and then bringing those back and booking those into evidence.
And can you describe, is there a specific process or procedure that you go through from the time that you start that and then how you ultimately clear the scene and finish?
Yep. So once you get the signed search warrant, the very first thing when you're on scene is you start taking overall photographs. So it'd be on the exterior, in this case, the home. Taking every photograph on there, then you're moving inside, in this case, throughout the house, taking all those photos before you touch or move anything or collect any physical items. So you're just trying to identify what's important to the investigation, and that's all done in the timeline of the search warrant. In this case, was over 3 days, so October 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Okay. Sir, if I could actually approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, if you could take a look at 144. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And can you describe what that is?
So the scene of this investigation was at 2413 15th Avenue Court. This is a picture of an overhead diagram of that residence.
Is this diagram fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of 144.
Any objection to 144?
No objection.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 144, and you may publish where appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, as you go through the process, you noted that you're taking photographs and then collecting evidence. Did you specifically take these photographs in this case?
Yes, I did.
If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 7 through 51.
7 through 51, go ahead.
Sir, if you can take a moment to look at People's Exhibits 7 through 51. Recognize all of them?
I do.
Were they pictures you took?
Yes, they are.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
Move for the admission of 7 through 51.
Any objection to states 7 through 51?
Yes. Could I please see 14 through 17, and then could we approach?
Sure.
And Cobb.
And so when you're taking pictures, is that at his direction?
Some of them would be, yes.
Okay. Specific to his opinion regarding the fire.
Correct.
Okay. I want to start with just the basic overviews, but is it fair to say there would be certain things in these pictures that would be better explained by Lieutenant Cobb?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just start with 7. And sir, it'll be up to your right, if that's easier, or you have the printed version obviously in front of you.
Turn here.
Can you describe what we're looking at here, sir?
This is standing in the cul-de-sac in front of the scene, so it's just a photograph of basically the overall view from the street.
Okay. If we could show 9.
This is now standing in the driveway. This was the single garage.
Okay. 13.
This is standing on the front porch of the main entry to the home, and you're getting a slight view of the south side of the living room.
Okay. And so just to help us orient ourselves as we're looking at the diagram on 144, can you generally describe where we would be looking at in People's Exhibit 13 on 144?
So, may I?
Yes. Just make sure to speak loudly.
I'm standing right here in the doorway, so the view is looking out this, and you can see this window here in the background.
And for the record, you have motioned on the right side of the exhibit near 15th Avenue Court and then in a downward direction. Is that fair?
Correct. So this would be the southeast corner of the home.
Thank you. Now, sir, you noted that this was a multi-day process.
Yes.
Based on this photo, can you describe when it would have been in the process?
October 3rd.
Okay, and how do you know that?
This was day 1. We had not even begun to actually physically search the home. This was simply to document the state we found it in.
All right, and if you can, just progress us through a little bit how you take it from these initial photos and how you progress through actually sifting or searching and the layers that you would have to do in a scene such as this.
So arson scenes are really unusual because, as you can tell, the amount of fire debris, especially from the ceiling, comes down and covers everything that you would never have in a typical crime scene. So in an arson, after you take your initial photos such as this, you then have to take each layer down, and you're going through that rubble looking for then any items of evidence to the degree, to the floor. And then from there, you almost have to rebuild what that scene would look like. And again, relying heavily on a certified arson inspector like Lieutenant Cobb. So we put back items of furniture that we can, so you see like the yellow, like a couch and things like that. So you kind of rebuild and reconstruct, and then you're taking more photos throughout that process as well. They also almost have to be done during daylight hours, which is another reason we hold the scene, because everything is charred, and so lighting is very difficult.
Thank you for that explanation. If we could show 14. Can you describe what we're looking at there, sir?
That was the front door.
Okay. 15.
Another view of the front door.
And what was noteworthy for you in People's Exhibit 15?
You can see some of the burn, the smoke damage, and that obviously it was, it sustained high levels of heat is the description, just how deformed it was. Obviously fire had to move the door when they arrived on scene.
Okay. And 16.
That's the garage door.
17.
That would be the front large picture window. As you can see, inside you're facing, you'd be looking east. So this is standing just outside, looking west into the living room.
Okay. So, sir, just to be clear, you had pointed to People's Exhibit 144. I appreciate that. And you had directed it near that front window. Would that be by the yellow object that you had previously motioned was the couch?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And fair to say that the glass was all broken out?
Yes, most of the windows, the heat burst the glass from inside.
Okay, and so was there a lot of glass as you went layer by layer on the floor?
Yes, there was glass throughout all the debris.
18? Can you direct us where Exhibit 18 would be?
So you're standing just inside the garage door opening. You can see the end of his car here, and then to your left is a garage entrance that went into the kitchen.
Okay. $19, briefly.
That was the vehicle parked inside the garage.
So we've turned, I guess.
Yeah, you're standing at the back of the garage, which would lead into the backyard, looking back towards the main garage door.
20.
So this is stepping just inside the front door. And now you have a more view of the living room in its entirety.
All right. So, sir, going back to 144, sorry to keep doing this. If we were looking at that front door on 144 and the exhibit that was just published, we would be turned towards the left in the living room?
Correct.
Okay. 21. Where are we looking at here, sir?
A pretty similar view. This is a little further in, but again, if you walked into the home and looked to your left, you're looking to the back corner here of the living room. You can obviously see all the drywall, everything, and the ceiling insulation is what you're seeing on the floor there with remnants of furniture.
22.
When you walk in the front door and you're looking straight ahead, there was an entrance to the hallway, which would then lead to the bathroom and the bedrooms.
Okay. 23, briefly.
Standing in the living room looking out through the main window, the large window.
I'm going to skip ahead to 27.
This is from the living room, walking into the kitchen. So you can see that door there is the one that led into the garage. So if you walked in and took a right in the home, right into the kitchen, that's the view you're looking at here.
Moving to 30.
So now standing in the kitchen, you're looking back towards that front door in the living room, which you can now see through the wall. See kind of the entirety of the living room from the kitchen view.
31.
So just off the left, that's the living room. So this is the doorway into the hallway. From that position, you could turn your first bedroom on your left, which is again, the southwest bedroom. This is a view looking through that door, bedroom door.
32.
So now stepping into that bedroom, you can see as you walk in, it's more to the right. That's where the bed and then the closet would be on your right.
And to be clear on People's Exhibit 144, when we're looking at 32 here, it would be the southwest bedroom?
Correct. This bedroom right here.
Thank you. 33.
This is just a overall picture of the bed in this bedroom.
34.
This again shows the other side of the bedroom where the closet was and the window, and again, the bed.
Sir, in nearly the middle of this photograph, did you notice something on the bed, specifically a box?
Yes, this room had items laid out on the bed. The small box there is a small jewelry box typically used to hold a ring.
Okay, and did you take additional photographs that have now been admitted of that?
Yes, I did.
36, would this be the closet?
Yes, that's this bedroom's closet.
Okay. And is that how you had found it?
Yes.
Okay. So to be fair, it wasn't like there were clothes hangers or anything up at the time you got there. You take them off, put them on the bed.
No, nothing had been moved.
Okay. 37.
That's a view of the bed and then the items that had been laid out on the bed.
And again, not laid out by you.
Not by me.
To your knowledge, by anyone else?
I do not know.
Okay. Going back to this layered approach and going to the living room, if we could show 40 briefly. Sir, what are we looking at there?
This is the living room floor.
Okay. And 41.
This is again the living room floor. Obviously talking with fire personnel when they had to crawl through a burning building and that and discovered the body, we were able to orient to the best of our knowledge where they pulled the body from the home, which was in the living room. So we established kind of a preliminary placement for that. So that says head, if you can't read it from there, and feet would be the one to top. So this is that, what we would believe is the couch and the picture window on the left side of the screen there.
Okay. 42, briefly. What are we looking at there, sir?
So again, as you start to move down in the debris, this was clothing, which was then saturated in body matter and blood.
43.
another view of the same.
44.
So this is where you can see a lot of the debris after being sifted through and removed from the home. This area, a lot more careful on the layout, but it gave a better picture. You can see an outline of clothing, some of it with the red color there, obviously the blood-soaked clothing. And the frame of the couch is at the top here.
45.
So this is where we start to try to put furniture back in and get a better picture of what this laid out before the fire. So you can see the picture window, the couch, and then again, I guess closest to me on the screen is the head, and then going out towards the feet.
As would be depicted on 144, the diagram.
Correct.
46.
Once the evidence was collected, this was a picture to show basically the only clean area on that flooring, which is preserved by the body.
Okay. Did it appear that there was a lot of blood on the floor based on what you could see in the clothing?
Objection, expert opinion.
All right,
Expert opinion.
the court will overrule the objection.
You can answer, sir.
Yes, all the clothing was blood soaked, and that's what basically preserves this is the liquid.
Going back just briefly to what was found on the bed, 47.
That's the picture of the ring box, and then I believe that's a wallet.
Okay. 49.
It's a close-up of the ring box, and that's an SD card, like for a camera, a storage.
The outside of that box, 48.
And then obviously a Zales company ring box, just closed now.
Are you familiar with that company?
I am.
What general business is it?
It's a jewelry store.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
It's a jewelry store.
50. Why'd you take that photo, sir?
This was interesting because once you remove all the items, it just showed very much an imprint that these items were there before the fire started. That way there's no smoke damage where we removed items from.
And a different view of that in 51.
So another view there, you can see where items had been lying before the fire started.
Okay. Sir, I also want to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 145 and 146. .145 being the photo, do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph?
It is.
What does it generally depict?
The backyard, there was a trash bin. This is a picture if you open the lid and took a picture of inside the trash bin.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move for admission of 145.
Any objection to 145?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 145. You may publish where appropriate.
As to 146, is that a physical item that was observed in 145?
Yes, it is.
Did you assist in that search warrant portion and collecting that and then entering it into evidence?
I did.
Do you recognize it from this investigation?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, move for admission of 146.
Any objection to 146?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 146.
Sir, as it pertains to the glass and the general areas that you had talked about, when you're going through that layer by layer approach and there's that glass on the floor, would you have been able to differentiate with all the debris a difference of a window versus any kind of other glass?
I personally would not be able to, no.
And you didn't, I guess.
No.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you.
We have one moment, Your Honor, to set up.
I'm sorry.
We just have one moment to set up, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I don't want to pull anything.
Good morning, Detective Blair.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm going to refer, I think, to People's 144 a little bit, so we can kind of keep that in mind. I want to start off when you first got to the house. So if we're looking at, I guess, the front door, so that's coming from the 15th Avenue Court area, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, and we can kind of see the stick figure on there, when you first get into the house, you believe that the body was found laying face up about 10 feet inside that door, correct?
Yes, I don't recall if it was face up or face down in my reports. I can look through them if you need.
Sure. Would that refresh your recollection? I have your report.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, go ahead.
It's 24.
Thank you.
Refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So you believe that the body was face up?
Yes.
Okay. And we're speaking about Mr. Dickerson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when we were looking, I suppose maybe kind of help explain, you determined that the couch was up against the window. Is that correct if I'm looking at that diagram?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And was this based on the springs that were found when you were looking in the living room?
Correct.
Okay. And the springs would have been assuming from the couch, correct?
Correct.
But just to be clear, this is a best estimate based on you and perhaps even Lieutenant Cobb, given you weren't aware of how the actual house was laid out prior to the fire, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we're looking at 10 feet in, so just purposes maybe to orient the jury when we're looking at the stick figure, 10 feet into the left, and then immediately when you walk in that front door, you go directly into the kitchen, correct? To the right, I suppose.
Yes, to the right's the kitchen, so then to your left would be the body diagram.
Okay. And then I think it's clear from the diagram, but just out of an abundance of caution, there is no door specifically separating the living room from the kitchen. It's just a doorway, correct?
An opening, yeah.
Okay, an opening, sure. And then when you go into the kitchen, you were able to see, I suppose, the sink on one side. You had kind of the oven on one side, and then toward the sink, which I guess would have been on the 15th Avenue court side, there was also then like a cabinet, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And then to get to the garage, the only way to get to the garage from the inside the house was through the kitchen, right?
From inside, yes.
Okay. And then the only way to get to the covered patio, you could get outside through the garage, right, to the backyard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then to get to the covered patio, would you have to go through the bedroom closest to the garage or the bathroom, or how would that work?
I don't recall a separate entrance besides the garage entrance to the backyard.
Okay. So that covered patio area, then the only way to get out there would have been through the garage.
Or the fence, I guess, yes.
Yeah, okay, so either outside completely, or if you were inside the house, you would go through the garage to get out into
That's
the
right.
back. Okay, fair enough. And then the bedroom that we see, I suppose, like the bottom of that diagram was presumed to be Mr. Dickerson's, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the bedroom closest to the garage was presumed to be his roommate's,
Yes,
and then a shared bath.
correct.
Okay. And then, obviously, I think this is clear, out of abundance of caution, this is a ranch-style home. There was no basement,
That's correct.
no upper level.
No.
Okay. I want to go in when you search the bedroom, Mr. Dickerson's bedroom, okay? You noted in your report that you actually just reviewed, or, sorry, I apologize, maybe not that report. But in your reports when you were doing the search warrant of the home, that you had found multiple bags on top of the bed, correct?
Yes,
And in those bags, in some of the bags were numerous glass pipes, right?
that's correct.
All right, I want to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibits I, J, K. You're under permission to approach, previously been shown to the prosecution.
Yes, go ahead.
Detective Blair, have you had a chance to look at those?
I did.
Okay, do these look like photos that you had taken when you were looking in Mr. Dickerson's room on October 3rd and 4th?
Yes,
Okay, do these look fair and accurate to what you had seen?
yes,
Can you, do these contain photos of marijuana pipes?
yes,
As well as, maybe holders, silicone holders?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit I, J, and K and publish.
And from the state, any further objection?
No.
All right. Noting the state's previous objection, I will overrule and admit into evidence states I, J, and K. Or I'm sorry, defense I, J, and K, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. So Detective Blair, here we're looking at defense I, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so here, this is what you believe to be Mr. Dickerson's bed?
I do.
Okay. And then we can see at least 3 marijuana pipes in the very front center. So we've got a black one, a rainbow one, and
Yes.
a blue and green one. Okay, and then if we're looking up to the top right of that photo, it looks like there's another one in a case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then when we're looking at this photo itself, kind of thinking of what you talked about with Mr. Perelia, you believe that items were on the bed prior to the fire starting based on there being no smoke sometimes on whatever that maybe like mattress cover is, right?
Yes.
Okay, when we're looking at this photo, it looks like you had moved some of the things to take the photo, right? Fair to
That's
say?
correct.
Okay, all right. If we could move on to J, please. Okay, and then look behind you, another photo, defense J. Looks like there's another case and then a black pipe, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we could go to K, please. And then here we're same bed, right?
Correct.
And then it looks like if we're looking at this to just kind of orient the jury, the previous two photos were on, I suppose, like the farther left side of the bed if we're looking at the bed this way, right?
I believe so. These ones are a little harder to orient.
Okay. But if we're looking at now the down part of the bed here, we've got, if we're looking at kind of maybe the middle left, it looks like there's like a silicone holder that's black and white.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a pipe in a case, correct?
Yes.
Right down below, and then to the right of that, we have two pipes that are loose.
Yes.
Okay, and then to the far right, we have another silicone container.
Correct.
Okay, and Detective Blair, you've, how long have you been with GPD?
About 8 years.
Okay, you've done a lot of DUI investigations. Or a handful, perhaps?
A handful, yes.
It's been a minute?
It has.
Okay, but you've done drug investigations?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're looking for certain things, when you saw these silicone containers, to you, in your opinion, based on your training and experience, these look like these might have been holding like marijuana hash oil or wax at one point, or could have been, right?
Commonly used for that, yes.
Yes, okay. And then within these, and we see that blue bag right on the bed too, in that blue bag is where you found a lot of the marijuana pipes, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And then right below, and I suppose there was another bag as well, like a black bag that had marijuana pipes as well. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also found marijuana pipes when you first walked in. Kind of there was like a drawer or a desk by the couch in the living room, and you found some more marijuana pipes in there, right?
I believe there was some in the living room. I don't remember right now exactly where, but yes, we did find additional glass pipes.
Okay, in the living room.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you what's been previously marked as defense exhibits Q and R. Permission to approach.
Yes, go ahead.
So there are also photos that you took in the execution of the search warrant here.
Yes.
Okay. And then these photos are a little bit different. These photos are kind of after had been placed into evidence, right? At the Greeley Police Department?
Correct.
Okay. But still fair and accurate to what you had seen in Mr. Dickerson's home, right?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit and publish, please.
Any objection to Q and R? No. All right, the court will admit into evidence defense Q and R, and you may publish when appropriate.
Okay. So looking at defense exhibit Q, this is the label here says item 41, correct? Like on the bag itself.
It says 47.
I apologize.
Okay.
47.
47.
Okay. And so just so that the jury understands, this is kind of the label that you would do after you collect things from a scene, you put it into evidence, give it a specific label, so we all know exactly what it is later.
Yes.
Okay. And so this item 47 says drug paraphernalia, and does that then match then defense exhibit R of what would have been in that bag?
I believe so.
We could go to defense exhibit R, please. And so now these are just what we just looked at on the bed, maybe just easier to see the different pipes, the different cases, and the silicone containers, correct?
Yes.
And then on the far right, there looks like there might be like a metal, I guess like file, not necessarily a file, but a metal piece. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay. In your experience, could this be used for individuals that might be using a butane torch for marijuana wax or hash oil?
I don't know exactly what that is.
Okay, that's okay. I
And
appreciate that.
to be fair, this was Officer DeSandre that did this particular evidence. So
Right, but it is what we were looking at on the bed that you had photographed, correct?
some of it is, yes,
Yes, okay. Thank you.
but not that.
Not that metal piece. Okay. And you said Officer DeSandre, he was also with you looking at the home, correct?
He was a major crime scene tech, so he was brought in.
Right. My question is, you all had both looked at the home together, correct?
Yes, we were there
Okay.
processing together.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to move on now and show you what's been labeled as Defense Exhibit D. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Detective Blair, does it look like, is this a photo that you also took in the execution of the search warrant of Mr. Dickerson's home?
Yes,
Okay, and does this look fair and accurate to what you saw in the kitchen?
yes,
Okay, Your Honor, permission to admit and publish Defense Exhibit D.
Any objection to D?
No.
The court will accept into evidence defense D, and you may publish at your discretion.
Okay, I want to look at this, and we can zoom in if it's helpful. Looks like there are about 2 longer knives on the top end of this counter, right? Like more like kitchen knives.
I see the one here.
And then like a butter knife next to it, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Perhaps, okay. And you took a photo of that knife, right?
Yes.
Obviously. But you didn't collect this or put it into evidence, right?
No.
Okay. You never took any type of like swabs of this knife, right?
No.
And when we're thinking of swabs, different types of swabs that you might do, but generally when you're swabbing something, you're kind of taking maybe some material that might be on it to test later, right?
Correct.
And this could be to be looking for DNA or blood or anything like that.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, none of that was done for that knife, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. So speaking of kind of the different types of swabs, I want to move to the Budweiser bottle that the prosecution had admitted. Yes, that one. Kind of when you walked through with the prosecution of where you found that, that was outside of the home in a trash can, right?
Correct.
And that was the only Budweiser bottle that you had collected.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was that the only Budweiser bottle that was collected by the Greeley Police Department?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And that bottle looks relatively intact, right?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of like damage or broken pieces off the bottom of it,
No.
nor off the top.
No.
Okay. And so I want to kind of talk about the purpose sometimes when you're going through a home, and specifically on October 5th. Does October 5th sound like the right day that you would have found the Budweiser bottle?
I believe so.
Okay. And so on October 5th, when we were talking about with the jury, how you were saying that the search warrant was done in like kind of like 3 days, right?
Correct.
And it was updated throughout those 3 days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so October 5th, it was updated, permitting you all to look for serological kind of evidence during the search, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And so when we're talking about serological stuff, again, we're talking about the blood, DNA, latent prints, things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you all went back on October 5th to look specifically for those types of items.
Yes.
Okay. And the Budweiser bottle was one of them, right?
Yes, it is.
You never swabbed that Budweiser bottle to see if there was any DNA on there,
No.
if there was any blood on there,
No.
if there was any latent prints on there.
No. We don't do that on scene.
Right. Sorry. So let me clarify. You could submit that to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for them to do, right?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And that's pretty common in your experience as a law enforcement officer. You would collect what you determine to be evidence, send it then to the lab to then see if that serological data or DNA or whatever it might be is actually on that item, right?
Correct.
Okay. So with the focus of October 5th being that type of information, you then never sent what you found to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing, right?
Not to my knowledge. I wasn't the lead investigator.
No, that's okay. I'm just asking about what you did.
I just collected items and booked them in evidence, correct?
Okay, sounds good. I want to move now to Defense Exhibit L and M.
L and M, all right, go ahead.
Okay, so let's start with L, or maybe it might be easier to start with M. Do these photos also look like photos you had taken when you were at Mr. Dickerson's home over those 3 days?
Yes,
Does this look fair and accurate to what you had seen?
it does.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask to admit and publish L and M.
Any objection to L and M?
None.
All right, the court will admit into evidence defense L and M, and you may publish at your discretion.
Apologies, I'd like to start with M. Okay, so was this a trash can then that you found in that bathroom that we were talking about?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and it's, again, only bathroom in the house.
It is.
And you found, it looks like a can, which might have been in Exhibit L, a pumpkin beer can, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then if we could go to L, please. And this was that can.
that's correct.
Okay. And again, the purpose of collecting these things, looking at the search warrant, having it been updated, was to collect information or evidence that could then later be tested for DNA, latent prints, blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You collected that can.
I did.
You didn't swab it or preserve it in any way, correct?
No, it was just packaged.
And then you also just packaged it but didn't send it to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing, right?
I did not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that ever done? It's okay if you don't know.
I don't know.
And then this was the only can that you found in the house, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you were looking through, so I know we have the Budweiser can outside and then we have this pumpkin can inside. There were no other alcohol containers that you could see, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. But again, similar to what the prosecution, I think, was kind of talking to you about, you wouldn't be able to decipher between different types of glass, right?
I would not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Just one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay. So if we're looking at the Budweiser glass versus other type of clear glass, such as a window, right? You would be able to decipher between those two different types of glasses, right?
While they're intact?
Well, you've seen a broken bottle of a Budweiser glass, or have you seen broken glass that's dark?
Yes.
You've seen broken glass that's clear,
Yes.
and those would be different?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further on cross.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination? Go ahead, please.
Sir, you were shown a lot of pictures of pipes. Was there anything during your search warrant to suggest anything regarding any recent use of those?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
No,
Okay.
I don't know when they were last used.
Okay. Do you typically collect silverware at a scene?
I guess it depends on the crime, the incident.
Okay. Do you, in this case, going through it, did that look like that was used in any way, shape, or form?
No, it did not seem relevant.
Okay. Can you tell this jury, you've attended a lot of crime scenes, right? You've
I
had
have.
practice collecting.
Yes,
You're trying to look at items for evidentiary value.
correct.
How does burning an entire house deal with evidence? How does that impact it?
Arson scenes change everything at a crime scene. You lose the amount of heat. You lose, obviously, the latent prints, fingerprints most of the time. DNA is destroyed.
Objection
Then-
702.
All right, can the parties approach?
The house and was burnt.
Yes,
You didn't send that off for DNA or fingerprints.
I did not know.
Based on your direct experience, how does arson impact the things that you directly saw and that you directly didn't send to the lab?
I'm looking at Defendant Exhibit D, but it's the photograph that was the knives and the silverware. So even in that picture, you see everything is discolored. Things are covered in fine ash and debris. Things are melted, so they're deformed. The countertop itself, you have the charring, so nothing is as it was in an arson scene.
And that particularly applies to your analysis for fingerprints
Correct.
and for DNA.
Yes.
You were asked about glass. Could you decipher a broken beer bottle, specifically a Budweiser? Is that fair?
Yes.
Versus all the other glass that would be in this scene.
I would not be able to. The glass itself would be discolored as well.
The glass from the windows would be discolored.
Yes.
Okay. And why would that be?
Well, inside, everything's been, not only the smoke and the fire, but when the fire is put out, everything is reduced to water. So now everything is waterlogged and then dries with the fire debris. So as you see from the pictures, unfortunately, in an arson scene, when you walk in, everything's the same color. Everything's black.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people called John Colgate.
All right,
Your Honor.
thank you.
He's still under our subpoena.
Okay, sir. Sir, you can leave the witness stand. You'll remain under any defense subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. If you can please come forward. And if you'll come in front of the witness stand, and sir, before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go and have a seat. And if you can, sir, just make sure you get as close to that microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. Praley, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to this jury, stating your full name, spelling your last?
Hi, I'm Officer John Colgate. Last name is Gate.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the City of Greeley Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm currently an electronic surveillance specialist assigned to the investigations unit.
All right, can you please outline what an electronic surveillance specialist means and what you do?
Kind of the easy way of looking at it is I'm a technical investigator. Anything pertaining to technology generally falls to me. Everything from drones, credit card skimmers, digital forensics with cell phones, computers, surveillance systems, wiretaps, trackers. Usually I'm either an administrator on a lot of those programs or I'm heavily involved in most of them.
Can you outline just your general law enforcement experience first and then how you got into this position dealing with technology?
Yes, sir. I was hired at the Greeley Police Department in June of 2011 after attending a police academy, doing a 6-week in-house academy. I was a field evidence technician as a patrol officer, so I dealt a lot with investigating scenes or just collecting evidence in general. I've always had a technical bent, I would suppose. So in 2019, in the later months of 2019, I accepted a position that opened up as the electronic surveillance specialist as a permanent role at the police department. And I've been there ever since.
Okay. Sir, can you describe to the jury, we're going to talk about several areas that you assisted with in this case, but can you generally outline your qualifications and certifications that would apply for your testimony today?
Okay. A lot of my involvement in this case revolves around cell phones. It revolves around digital forensics in general, and it revolves around automated license plate readers. As it pertains to digital forensics, I have approximately 1,000 hours of training through the Secret Service National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama. I've attended 8 different courses there across 15 different weeks as a computer evidence recovery techniques, mobile device examiner, and an advanced mobile device examiner. One of the systems I use is called Celebrite. It's one of our vendors that we use to process cell phones. I am a certified Celebrite physical analyst as well as a certified Celebrite operator. Another system we use is Gray Key, and there's no certification course necessarily needed to use that system, but I have trained for several weeks in that system as well through their vendor Axiom.
Okay. Sir, you had talked about Cellbrite and that you're very familiar with that. You used that in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of general surveillance videos and being able to use those, such as neighborhood doorbell cameras and surveillance systems, are you familiar with those?
Yes, and I apologize. I attended a 1-week course through the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Georgia as in that particular field in recovering evidence from CCTV systems.
Okay. Also, you assisted in this investigation with automatic license plate readers. Is that an area where you're familiar with for Greeley and specifically your agency?
Yes, it is. I'm an administrator on our LPR program at the Greeley Police Department.
And then as it pertains to cell phones, I know there might be more than the 2 that I'm just going to talk about, but are you very familiar with the Android and Google system as well as the Apple system?
Yes, I am. I'm very familiar with those, and I've processed hundreds, by now maybe thousands of phones on either iPhone or Apple platforms or Android platforms.
All right. Sir, do you believe that your specialized knowledge would be helpful to the jury in understanding the evidence and the actions you took in this case?
Yes, I do.
Have you previously testified as an expert
Yes, I have.
in the areas of digital forensic and being an electronic surveillance specialist?
Yes, sir, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to qualify Detective Colgate as an expert in digital forensics and electronic surveillance specialist, particularly under 702.
Any objection?
No.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the proffered fields, and Mr. Praley, you may proceed accordingly.
All right. Sir, I want to start at the beginning, and that dealt with your role on October 3rd, 2021, the day of this homicide.
Yes, sir.
Did you assist in conducting and retrieving the video footage that would have been already admitted into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to go through your steps to verify that those were working properly at or around the time of this event?
Yes, I was.
How do you go through that general process of the checks and balances to see corroborating events?
I suppose, just generally speaking, you kind of, one thing you do use your senses. If someone provides you video from their address, you look to see, well, does that generally look like what I would see from that camera, et cetera. Corroborating the timestamps on the video is really important. Oftentimes the times don't line up, and we make sure that those are accurate and fair.
If I could approach. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 148. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a fair and accurate diagram of the surveillance captured
Yes, it is.
and the vantage points?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 148.
Any objection to 148?
Mr. Varela, could you just hold it up, please? I can see it. No objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The court will accept into evidence 148, and you may publish at your discretion.
Sir, so as you assisted in collecting those, could you go through the analysis as to what would have been for People's Exhibits 2, 3, and 4, and looking at that?
Yes, I did.
With your expertise in looking at those files, the way you received them, the way they were entered, did you see anything at all to suggest that they had been materially altered by anyone?
No, I did not.
As to the 2406, that would have been Mr. Taylor. Were you able to then analyze that his system would have been running 1 hour slow? So, for example, if the timestamp indicates 2 a.m., it was really 3 a.m.
That is correct.
All right. Sir, I want to transition. Well, after you do that and you book all of those into evidence, is it fair to say that you turn it over to the lead investigator to really do the deep analysis and connect it with other portions of evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Move to your second role in this. Automatic license plate readers.
Sir.
Tell the jury what those are.
Simply put, an automatic license plate reader is a camera setup. They can either be fixed or mobile, meaning they stay in one spot all the time, or we can move them around. They are looking just at the license plates of vehicles as vehicles pass through, and then it takes a picture of that license plate and logs it in a database, essentially.
Okay. Now, to be clear, could police officers, and have police officers in the past, just manually done the same process?
Yes, you could park in an intersection and watch and log every vehicle that went through manually at the notebook, yes, and we have.
Okay. And then you could go through the steps and verify and...
Yes, this, for lack of a better term, just does that same thing autonomously.
Okay.
Or passively.
And what is your role with the automatic license plate readers for the Greeley Police Department?
I'm one of the overseers, the administrator of that program. We use several different vendors with automatic license plate readers, and I assign usernames and passwords to the people who can have access to those systems.
Okay.
I also run reports when asked by investigations, if they need a report run for a certain date, time, intersection, et cetera.
And is that how you got involved in this case?
Yes, it is.
And specifically, who were you asked to do that by?
Detective Jerry Burrows.
You see him here?
I do.
Okay. If I can approach with what's been marked as 131, 132, and 134.
All right, go ahead.
Sir, as it pertains to Exhibit 131, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's just a sample, one part of a report that looks like it ran on November 9th of 2021. It is from our license plate reader that was at the intersection of 35th Avenue and 25th Street in Greeley.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
As to 132 and 134, can you describe what those are, sir?
Those are both reports that were generated not by me, but by one of our license plate reader systems we have access to by a different vendor. And those are, it looks like two different license plate readers with our same company of LSAG.
Okay. And so you had mentioned a couple times different vendors.
Yes, sir.
Does that just mean like different companies?
Yes, it's the same technology, just different companies provide that technology, and we have subscriptions to those different companies. And these are Exhibit 131 is from one vendor, and 132, 134 are from a different vendor.
Are all of them, though, fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
And is there a manual verification step that goes in this process, too?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
Well, technology is fallible, right? So if a camera takes a picture of a license plate and it indicates that that license plate is a certain digits, and you can look with your eyes and see that that photograph doesn't line up with the computer what it thought it was, that's your manual verification. And you just make sure that what the computer thinks it is, it is.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission of 131, 132, 134.
Any objection from the defense?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 131, 132, and 134. You may publish when appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could show 131. Sir, describe what we're looking at here.
Again, that's just one of the images taken by the automatic license plate reader at 35th Avenue, 25th Street. Picture on the right is just the general picture that it takes. Then the left is a zoomed in image of what it interprets the license plate to be.
And then if you can take us through, I guess, the text at the top as well of what we're looking at.
Yeah, the text at the top is on the very left. AERG95 is what it interprets the license plate to be. Inside lane, as you can tell, this is traveling northbound on 35th Avenue from 25th Street. There are two cameras there. One looks at the inside lane, one is the outside lane. So it saw this vehicle in the inside lane. The other one is the date and time in which it was captured. For the record, I did verify this system was running 8 minutes and 21 seconds fast at the time that this was captured. And that was according to my synchronized time in my office. And so that's the text across the top. On the bottom, it says reports reads. Basically, it was a search for any reads that that license plate reader had. User is John Colgate, and that's me. And the date is the date and time at which I ran that report.
Okay. Sir, you had noted the difference of the time, and you had said 8 minutes and 21 seconds ahead that you had done that. Can you explain that to the jury of how you went through that process?
Yeah, absolutely. Just my work phone that I carry, it's an Apple phone, and it syncs with the synchronized time, world time. And so every time I'm looking at timestamps and things, I verify because I know that that time is accurate and synchronized constantly. Some of these systems, the date and time gets put in and it doesn't synchronize all the time. So I just make sure that those are verified each time.
Okay. And then as you go through that, are there the additional steps, I guess, when you know that license plate, that then you can verify that that belongs to that particular vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct. The first thing I would do is physically look at the picture and see if it lines up with what the system deemed that license plate to be, which it did look accurate. The second thing I would do would be to manually run that license plate through the CCIC, NCIC database to see registered ownership of the vehicle, et cetera.
And for example, in this case, did that come back to a 2011 silver Chevy Malibu as depicted in the picture.
Yes, it did.
All right, if we could show 132. Can you describe what we're looking at now in 132? It obviously looks different than 131. Is this the different vendor that you discussed?
Yes, this is a vendor called LSAG that's through the Colorado State Patrol that we have access to.
Okay.
If you'd like me to talk through the same, you see generally the same thing. Picture of the vehicle on the right, picture of the plate. Across the top is the license plate number that the system read that it believed it to be. On the left is something different with this vendor. It's a map of where that license plate reader was located at the time of the read. These can be moved around, so it's important for us to know where it is at the time of that. And then across the block there, same thing, the date and time it went through, the GPS coordinates. The reader name is GPD Trailer 2. That's just the specific license plate reader. And it came from the front camera.
And then briefly, 134. Ooh. If we could take that down, please. If I could approach.
Yes, go ahead.
I gave you the wrong number, didn't I?
It appears as though that's Exhibit 133.
133, I apologize. Going back through all the same foundation as to 133, sir.
I apologize. 131 is the one license plate reader. 132 and 133 are from the second vendor.
Okay, so I've handed you 133. I misspoke and said 134, but as to 133, is it still fair and accurate as to the license plate reader in the report?
Yes, it is.
All right. Move to admit 133. We can retract 134, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So can the parties approach just to make sure I'm clear on the record?
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking at 134 and 135, would those be zoomed in photos of what would have been registered to 133, the official LSAG report that we've now admitted?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission now of 134 and 135.
Any objection to 134 and 135?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 134 and 135, and you may publish at your discretion.
If we could just briefly show 134. Sir, would that contain all the same information that was on 133?
Yes.
Okay. And then zooming in even more, 135. Same information.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can take that down. All right, sir, let's talk some phones.
Yes, sir.
Two primary operating systems. Let's start with Google.
Yes, sir.
How does it work?
Google is sort of any Android phone is essentially run by Google applications. If you have an Android phone, almost all the applications are either owned, managed by, or monitored by Google. As we probably are all aware, Google has a lot of different applications that it owns, utilizes, everything from mail accounts. I believe they own YouTube. They contain a lot of data, Google does.
Okay. And in this specific case, did you assist Detective Burrows with processing a Google takeout report?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what a Google takeout report is, what that means?
Okay. We all, well, I can't say we all. Several people utilize Google technology every single day, whether it be Google searches, they have a Gmail account, they watch YouTube, etc. Google keeps track of all of that information as part of the end user license agreement. Matter of fact, on a lot of the applications we use on our phone, we allow Google to do this. And so they keep all of this information. A Google takeout is simply a consensual search of our own Google account. I could right now go to Google and request a Google takeout. They would compile all the data that they have recorded from my Google presence and give it to me in files.
Okay. And sir, in this case, were you given a particular USB drive involving Mr. Dickerson's Google account?
Yes, Detective Burrows provided me with the Google takeout of Mr. Dickerson's.
If I could approach to retrieve People's Exhibit 202 that was entered yesterday.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 202 as well as your Exhibit 207. Can you take us through the process of what you did from Exhibit 202 that was admitted by Alan Dickerson yesterday into how you get what is contained on the disk on 207?
The Google takeout account, to my knowledge, was accessed by Alan Dickerson and provided to Detective Jerry Burrows. Detective Burrows then provided me with the same data. To organize that data and just make it easier to read, I take all of that data and put it into the same system, Celebrite, that I use to look at phones. It doesn't alter the data. It simply just puts it in a more organized and easy way to look at that data. And once I did that, I took the takeout and I created a Celebrite reader report, which is that organized way, and I put that reader report into evidence.
And is that what you have in People's Exhibit 207?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Did you look at it prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I did.
You see your initials on it.
I do.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 207.
Any objection to 207?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 207.
All right. Sir, we talked about Google and Android.
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about Apple. Tell
Yes,
us
sir.
about it.
Apple is the flip side of the coin. They're competing companies between Apple and Android, and a lot of people, the United States has a high prevalence of Apple phones that people carry. Apple also has its own ecosystem, but primarily we use Apple iPhones. It's one way that most people are familiar with Apples, as well as computers. Apple has its own system of logging and recording data in our Apples that we use. Apple phones will maintain location history, will maintain phone usage, as computers will do the same thing. And they can oftentimes store that information in what we call the cloud, which is just simply an Apple server somewhere that we send our information to, and it stores it for us.
One second.
Sure. People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. We are back after our morning recess, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Mr. Pereira, did you need to address 205, 208, and 212?
I did not, but I believe the defense is objecting to them.
Okay. Ms. Trujillo, did you need to address these now?
We can, if that would work better.
Are they coming up through Officer Colgate?
Yeah, so to give a forecast of what will occur, we're now on the Apple devices and specifically Hosanna Varela's iCloud Cellbrite report. So he'll talk about that. We'll admit the disk in its entirety. There'll be the text, that's 205, with the metadata from 208 that pertains to that. And then Exhibit 206 is going to be the actual iPhone Cellbrite from the phone. And then you would have the messages, the notes from Miss Varela's phone. That would be, I believe I handed the court 212, is that correct?
You handed me 205, 208, and 212.
So the actual notes from Miss Varela would be 212.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Trujillo, anything that you need to address as to those exhibits?
Yes, just to make sure I'm understanding, the 208 would be the metadata for 205.
So, and I can show you these, Ms. Trujillo, but so I have 205, which appears to be a screenshot of, I think, a text message conversation. 208 appears to be that same, contains the same screenshot, but also contains some, what I would describe as metadata. And then I have 212, which appears to be a 3-page Cellbrite report.
Okay. For 205, we would be objecting under hearsay. I anticipate the response to that is going to be opposing party statement.
Okay. And any other objection to the other two things that I have before me?
I think 208, we would be objecting to hearsay as well. But in regard to 212, I believe that's Ms. Varela's then iCloud notes from the Cellbrite dump. We would be objecting to hearsay. Those are all of the notes that she wrote. She's not the witness testifying. So again, those statements are all hearsay.
Anything as to 212, Mr. Preller?
Well, Your Honor, I think we have to lay the foundation specifically that these notes are found specifically on that iCloud account. The process of going through those, I think the court can look at the context and the dates of those that would be relevant for the ultimate determination as to Ms. Varela's role in this case. Specifically in those notes, she references in multiple places that she witnessed a murder, witnessed this homicide, and therefore, I think based on a variety of factors, that would come in. I think her credibility has already been challenged and throughout opening statement. I think that's consistent with People v. Eppins, 979, Pacific 2nd, 14. I think these statements come in under Rule 801 as well as 1610-201 because there's prior consistent, prior inconsistent, and therefore all of those would come in for Ms. Varela as to the iCloud notes. And then as to the text message on 205 and 208, those are an admission by a party opponent. We know that this is a communication between Ms. Varela and the defendant in the weeks after the homicide or the days after the homicide prior to arrest, and therefore that would be relevant to the state of mind, the actions, the mental state, and the further attempts to conceal this as a part to thwart law enforcement.
And Mr. Pereira, just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, because I'm not sure I am, on 212, are you just laying foundation now and then admitting that through another witness, or conditionally asking to admit subject to future witness testimony?
We can conditionally admit. I think that that's a happy medium if the court wants to do that. I do believe that it's appropriate to actually admit the entire exhibit at that point because Investigator Colgate was able to go through this process, recognize these specific notes within this specific time frame for the dates that were authorized under the search warrant, and specifically that the content deals with the statements of "I witnessed a murder." The court can also look at that as co-conspirator statements at the time, statements against interest at the time, based on all of the context and the timing.
All right, thank you. Ms. Trujillo, anything further as to 212?
Yes, I would note that opening statements are not evidence. There was nothing specific saying Ms. Varela said X and then inconsistently said Y in any type of note, so I don't believe it is right for the prosecution to be arguing prior consistent or inconsistent, as her credibility was just, it has been generally noted in openings, but again, that's not evidence. I don't believe that a hearsay exception applies based on the context of those notes. If the court looks at the dates, this isn't a statement against interest necessarily, and considering the prosecution's theory here of what she said she had witnessed, it's not a co-conspirator. She was charged. I understand that she pled to accessory, but I think that's kind of taken out of context here. I think that if the court permits them to conditionally admit 212 and then through Ms. Varela, should she testify, be able to lay further testimony, again, it would still be hearsay through Ms. Varela and we can deal with it at that point. But she is not testifying. Officer Colgate is not her. So I think laying the foundation of the celebrate dump could be appropriate, but not to admit the entirety of 212, given the entire context is hearsay.
All right. So as to 205 and 208, I am going to overrule the defendant's objection. They're clearly statements by Ms. Rodriguez. At least they appear to be on their face. Mr. Aurelia, so there's a number of different statements in 212, some of which I think the hearsay objection is evident right now, and some of which I could see being evident with some future testimony by other witnesses. Given that they're all contained in the document, what I'll do is I will conditionally admit at this time, assuming that the rest of the foundation is laid, 212. I would anticipate probably all of this coming in with some future witness testimony. Again, I think right now, I think only some of that is evident based on the face of the messages. So when you believe it's appropriate to fully admit that, I can further rule on the defendant's objection at that time. Okay. Any other clarification of that you need right now, Mr. Praley?
No, that makes sense. Okay. I just wanted to not delay the proceedings more.
No, that's fine. I think it makes sense. If you want to come grab that. And then is there anything else we need to address from either side before we bring the jury back in and resume?
Not from the defense.
Anything from the state?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring that back in. Cheryl, just for clarity of the record, you wrote it down as hearsay objection. I meant hearsay exception. Thank you. Please be seated. Officer Colgate, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. Aurelia, you can go ahead and resume.
All right. Sir, we're to Apple, and I just want to ask, I guess, one time, what's the difference of actually downloading from an iPhone versus an iCloud account?
An iPhone is a physical phone that you extract data from. An iCloud account is oftentimes that same phone's backup to an offline server somewhere, and we pull the data off of that server instead of from the phone.
Okay. Let me start with 191. If I could approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that Ms. Varela's iCloud Cellbrite return that was provided to you in this case?
Yes, it is.
And have you reviewed it in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I have.
Any concerns about the validity or authenticity?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 191.
Any objection to 191?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 191.
And sir, then when you go through that, do you actually provide that in a Cellbrite analysis like you've described?
Yes, I do.
And contained in that, would there be separate categories for items?
Yes, several different categories.
Can you give a few of those?
Text messages, pictures, photos, location data. There's a lot of different things contained within one of those reports.
Okay. If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 205 and 208.
All right.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And were those directly taken from what would have been on 191?
Yes.
And in going through that, were you able to verify that based on the type of files and the names and the locations?
Yes.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate as to 205 and 208?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 205 and 208.
And from the defense, you maintain your previous objection?
Yes, we do.
All right, noting that objection, I will accept into evidence states 205 and 208.
All right, sir, can you briefly describe to the jury before we publish these what metadata would be?
Metadata is essentially just data about an image that's contained within the image.
Okay. If we could start with 205, was this a message that caught your attention when you were reviewing this?
Yes.
And fair to say that it's from Stacy Rodriguez, or at least listed on the top?
Yes. This is a picture of a message. Yes.
Okay. And can you briefly read that for us?
The blue bubble appears to be from the owner of the device or of the cloud account.
And in this case, to be clear, that would be Hosanna Varela.
That is correct. The messages on the left in the gray bubbles appear to be from someone identified as Stacy Rodriguez at the top of the chat. So in my head, you're not taking the ring off, mean you FWM. So yeah, you're not single, no mo. I come with a lot of things: attention, love, tickles, support. I'll kill a MF for you, like 6 feet under.
Okay. Now, if we could show 208. Do we have that same message that would have been on 205 on the left and then also on the right?
Yes.
And then can you describe what we're looking at below that?
Below that is the metadata that Cellbrite puts together of that particular, what I would call digital artifact, which is an image. The top is the image name. It says name, and then type is image. It says how big it is in bytes. The path there is the path that it came from the, looks like it's from the Cloud Photo Library, which is how Apple iCloud structures where they put the images that you back up to their server. The created and access dates show January 4th of 2022, which is the time that digital artifact was created. This is a little complicated, if you mind if I explain.
Yes, if you could please explain.
They're a little misleading in that sometimes people think that if it shows a created date of January 4th, that's when the image was taken. That simply just means when I pulled that image off of the Apple servers and put it onto a forensic computer, that image was created on my computer on January 4th, which would line up with what I was doing because on January 4th, that's when I was processing this. So created and accessed means I put it onto my machine and I accessed it or viewed it. Both of those show January 4th of 2022. The modified date is when that image was last originally modified. Oftentimes that means either saved onto the original device, etc. It could mean a lot of different things. but it shows a modified date of November 2nd of 2021.
So to be clear, based on all of your testimony, your experience, and your expertise, is it fair to say that you believe this message dealing with Stacy Rodriguez says, "I'll kill an MF for you like 6 feet under" on November 2nd, 2021?
Yes, I believe the screenshot was taken on November 2nd of 2021 of this message.
Okay. If we could take that down. I'm also going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 212. It's 3 pages previously shown to defense.
All right.
Do you mind, sir, if I note one other thing about that image?
Please do.
The screenshot itself shows a date at the top of 8/08 and the modified date of 7/08. Based on U2C time, it could be very accurate. That, in my opinion, I would say it's likely that this image screenshot was taken shortly around the same time that message was received.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Now going to 212, you had talked there were different categories. We just dealt with some messages or photos. Are you familiar with the Apple ecosystem having notes?
Yes, sir.
And generally, can you describe that?
Notes is just an application that comes with every iPhone, and you can type notes into it.
Okay. And can you describe the general process that you go through when a search warrant is authorized with a specific date range to then pull this material and verify that you're operating within the lines?
Yes, sir. When I received well, I'll put it this way. Bear with me, it's a little complex. Apple allows for the service of a warrant to their systems, and with authorization, they will pull off of their servers and allow us to access that. Apple will send basically a password-protected file and a password to decrypt it to us. Once we do that, we establish a connection with Apple and pull all the data off of their servers that they think falls within the date range that we are allowed to have. Apple will say with their return, we can't verify for sure that everything we're giving you falls within that date range. They don't want to be liable for giving us something we're not allowed to have. So oftentimes it comes to us to make sure that what we're getting falls within the date range we're allowed to have. If I can continue, what I then do is I run everything through the same software, Celebrite. Celebrite has the ability to look at any items that have date stamps and say, well, if it's a date stamp that falls within the time we're allowed to have, we can keep it and move it forward. If not, we push it aside. Not every digital item from these have a date stamp. Some of them are ambiguous. We don't know where they come from, but they could be included. In this particular case, I evaluated and looked at things that did not have date stamps to determine if I could find a way to guarantee or to at least presume that those fell within the dates we were allowed to have.
And what did you do then for that?
In this particular case, I saw several notes files, and none of the notes files had an actual metadata of a created date. So, but I did find that 5 of the notes files within this were manually dated by presumably the owner of the device, Hosanna Varela, with a typed out date. And the 5 that fell within the date range we were allowed to have, I included in my Celebrite report moving forward. The remaining 16 notes I pushed aside and didn't put them in as evidence.
And contained within that, is it fair to say, without dealing with the context or the actual content, fair to say that it was treated like long notes, almost like a diary?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any concerns at all then, other than what you've discussed about the authenticity of those notes
No, I do not.
and how they were captured?
I have no concerns.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit 212.
All right. And any further record from the defense apart from what you've already made?
No, we're asking not to publish at this time.
All right. I am going to conditionally admit 212, subject to further testimony from other witnesses.
All right. If I could also approach with 206. Sir, I'm handing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually looked at it prior to today's court?
Yes, I have.
Can you verify that that is fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Is that specifically the Cellbrite report that you constructed from the physical cell phone of Miss Hosanna Varela?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, move for the admission of 206.
Any objection to 206?
No objection.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 206.
Sir, as you went through that process in dealing with the Cellbrite report, and you're trying to generate that from a physical device, these are not records sent by Apple. Can you describe, can you always get into a phone, or at times are you stopped?
Oftentimes I am stopped. I can't always get into a phone.
Okay. For example, in this case, were you asked to download Ms. Rodriguez's phone?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And as it pertains to then Ms. Varela's, ultimately, were you able to get into that?
I was ultimately able to get into it, yes.
And what was required at that time?
A passcode, a 6-digit passcode.
Can you tell the jury what that 6-digit passcode was?
It was 100321.
So 100321
Yes, sir.
or 1032021, one of those two?
100321.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. All right, Officer Colgate, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start, you talked about the notes that you saw on Ms. Varela's phone,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Perelia had asked you if this was kind of written as if it was a diary, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have no idea the intent behind those notes, right?
I don't know.
You don't know necessarily the situation in which they were written,
No, I do not.
the context in which they were written.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you can kind of get an idea sometimes of when things were created or modified on Celebrate, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, but not all the time.
Not all the time.
And you had said there were some notes where the date was written out, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about a date written out, it was contrary to the modified or created date. Is that fair to say?
I don't know.
Okay. Could we publish 208, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so if we're looking over here on the far right, it says created and modified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when we're talking about a date written out, that's not the same as the created and modified, right?
It could be. I don't know. I don't. Do you have an example?
I have a better way to ask this question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we have the created and modified, we see those dates there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were referencing messages where the dates were written out, that was not saying that it was what you saw in the created and modified, correct?
The dates that were written out was not something I got from the metadata of the item. The metadata did not have dates included.
Okay. When you saw it written out, it was in the body of whatever you were looking at.
That is correct.
Okay. So whether it be a note or some kind of other thing that you were able to pull from the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in that regard, it is as if somebody had written out the date rather than the metadata from the phone grabbing that date.
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to, we can keep on this one. We'll start with I'll Kill an MF for You.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of a song by Skylar Grey featuring Eminem called Kill for You?
No, I am not.
Okay. Looking, the second, or I guess the last one here, Like 6 Feet Under, are you aware of a song by Billie Eilish called 6 Feet Under?
No, I am not.
Are you aware of a song by Hardy called 6 Feet Under?
No, ma'am.
What about a song by Lola Young called 6 Feet Under?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect examination for Officer Colgate?
To be clear on 212, the metadata did not conflict with the date written on there either.
Correct.
As to 208, if we could put that back up. You were asked a lot about a variety of different songs,
Yes, sir.
okay? Was there any part of that discussion that was talking about music where maybe we cut off the top part that they said, here are my favorite songs that I want to go over?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule the objection given the questioning by the defense.
No, sir, I don't see anything about songs, just in looking at it in general.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can leave the witness then. Thank you, sir. All right, the state may call their next witness.
Could we call Brian Eberly?
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Can you please come forward? And before you sit down, if you can please raise your right hand, sir. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And sir, if you can get just as close to that microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Absolutely. Name is Brian Eberly, and it's E-B as in boy, E-R-L-E.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Division of Fire through the state of Colorado.
All right. Have you reached any particular rank during this time?
No, sir.
Are you a lieutenant with the fire investigations?
I was with West Metro when this occurred.
Okay. So how long have you been in your current place?
I've been with the state for about 6 months.
Okay. And prior to that, you were with the West Metro Fire District.
Correct, yes, sir.
How long were you with them?
I was with West Metro for about 8.5 years.
And what is your area of expertise in your employment?
In my employment, I'm a fire investigator and accelerant detection K-9 handler.
Okay. And how long have you been a fire investigator?
I've been a fire investigator for, about 13 years.
Okay. And how long have you been an accelerant detection K-9 handler?
5 years.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Absolutely. I have a bachelor's degree in public administration and almost complete with my master's degree in forensic science with an emphasis in fire and arson investigation. I've been with the fire department or was with the fire department for about 21 years. Prior to that, I served 2 years with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office as a deputy. And I've been working with detection canines for about 19 years.
Okay. And have you, during your tenure in this field, have you received certain certificates?
I have, yes, sir.
A number of certificates?
A few, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roughly how many?
I would say probably about a dozen between law enforcement, firefighting, and then fire investigations.
Okay. And what do you do to stay current on your in the area of fire investigation and canine handling?
So we maintain compliant with NFPA Standard 1033, which requires continuing education in various different fire investigation fields, everything from fire dynamics to fire behavior. So I maintain, I'm required to complete about 16 hours of continuing education a year.
And then do you put that to use out in the field?
Absolutely, every day.
All right. Do you belong to any professional affiliations?
I do, yes. I'm a member with NAFI, which is the National Association of Fire Investigators, as well as the International Association of Arson Investigators.
Okay. Have you ever been awarded any professional awards in your duty as a fire investigator, canine handler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are those?
I've received a meritorious service award for actions on an incident, and then a life-saving award.
Okay. Now, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court?
I have, yes, sir.
And has that been in the area of fire investigation and accelerant detection canine handler?
So the two prior cases were with detection canines.
Okay. And have there been other times?
No, sir, just those.
Okay. Have you handled canines frequently in your career?
I have, yes.
So you're with what we'll call an accelerant detection dog.
That's correct.
Have
yeah.
you done other dogs as well?
I have. I've worked 3 different specialties. So I've worked with a tracking and trailing bloodhound, 3 different cadaver dogs, and then I was also a FEMA urban search and rescue lifeline canine handler.
Okay. Can you introduce the jury to your dog?
Absolutely. My current partner is Rotzi. He's a almost 8-year-old male yellow Labrador retriever.
Okay. And can you explain just a little bit, we'll get into it more later, but a little bit about the training and how you came into possession of your partner, Rotzi?
Absolutely, yeah. So I applied for the Accelerant Detection Canine Handler course that was through the State Farm program. At that time, State Farm was the largest arson detection canine program out there. So I was selected and traveled out to Concord, New Hampshire in 2020, I believe, and was partnered up with Rotzi, where we spent then a 200-hour academy course going through learning how to be a accelerant detection canine handler.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How many certified detection or arson detection canine handlers are there in the state of Colorado?
Currently, Colorado has 3.
Okay. And all 3 of you are responsible for covering the entire state?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are you split into divisions or geographical areas?
We are not. So the Division of Fire through the state has 2 canines, and then Denver Fire Department has 1 canine that is an ATF accelerant detection canine.
All right. So when you indicated that you went on and had this training with your dog, were you with the dog the entire time?
I was, yes. From day one walking in, I was given this dog, showed up and they said, go to kennel number 2, grab Rotzi, he's going to be your partner. And pretty much since that day back in August of 2020, he and I have pretty much done everything together.
Okay. And to be clear, would you call him a family pet as well?
Yeah, absolutely. He's, outside of his working capability, he spends, time just like a normal dog at the house.
Okay. So in regards to Rotzi, how do you go about recertifying, or do you keep up on qualifications?
I do, yes. So we are required to recertify every year through the Maine Specialty Dog Canine Program.
Does that mean you have to go back to Maine to do that, or is that a program that can be facilitated here?
So every year they put on 3 different certification processes, and it's usually spread out throughout the U.S. There's one always up in Maine. That's where the head trainers are at. And then they typically do one in, kind of a southern portion of the U.S. and then somewhere Midwest. So, but it usually requires at least a week of traveling somewhere to go and do our recertification process.
All right. And in what areas of detection is Rotzi trained in?
So Rotzi is what we call an arson dog or an accelerant detection canine. So he is trained to detect the presence of hydrocarbons, typically that we see with types of fuels that can be used as an accelerant.
During your time with Rotzi, how many fires have you had the occasion to go and run him around?
I think we average probably about 50 fires a year. So over the last 4.5-5 years, that's 250 some fires probably.
Okay. And how accurate must the dog be to be recertified?
So during our certification process, the dog has to be 100% to recertify, and they are allowed 1 opportunity if they miss. It's a 5 different tests. They can miss 1 test and then do a retest. And if they do not pass that, then they have to go into remedial training. And then they're allowed to test again. And if they fail again, then they are removed from the process.
All right. Has that ever been an issue, recertification, with Rotzi?
No, sir.
All right. So turning your attention to October 3rd of 2021, were you and Rotzi with the West Metro Fire District?
That's correct, yes.
Do you think that your specialized training in both fire investigation as well as canine handler would assist this jury in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to have, is it lieutenant?
Just fire investigator now.
Fire investigator Brian Eberly, qualified as an expert in arson investigation, is also a canine handler for accelerant detection.
And any objection?
No.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the proffered field, and Mr. McCormick, you can proceed accordingly.
All right, thank you. So I want to start off a little bit, what, you said there's only 3 of you in the state, so how do you get around the state when a call is in, or a call comes in? How do you get around state?
So we are, at least through the Division of Fire, we are requested through the Colorado State Patrol Dispatch. So any agency within Colorado, be law enforcement or a fire department, can call and request an accelerant detection K9. Our counterpart in Denver is, he goes through the ATF national system. But most of us are called directly on our work phone just through our relationships we've built over the years. And that's how we'll get a call to then travel wherever in the state.
On October 3rd, 2021, were you contacted by, excuse me, Greeley Fire Department to assist in a ongoing arson investigation they were handling?
I was, I believe, originally actually contacted by Chris Burdett through the Division of Fire, but I believe Greeley had reached out to them, and at that point in time, the state didn't have their arson dog up and running, so he had contacted me to see if I could give them assist.
All right, and were you able to provide that type of assistance?
I was, yes, sir.
And do you recall the address that you were sent to on that particular day?
I'd have to refer to, my report, but
Let me ask this. If I said 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley, does that sound right?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And where did you have to come from?
So I reported, it was a Sunday, so it was my day off, so I reported from my house, which is in Wheat Ridge, Colorado.
All right. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on the scene of that investigation?
I believe it was late morning, I'm going to say 11:30, noon, somewhere around there.
So when you arrived to a scene like that, do you recall, I know this was a while ago, do you recall kind of what was going on, what activity was going on at the scene?
By this point in time, if I recall correctly, the scene had calmed down. Most of the operational firefighter individuals were gone. So it was a little more slow paced. I remember getting out and meeting up with Lieutenant Cobb and getting kind of a briefing on where they were at, what they were looking for. And then I believe at that point we were still waiting for the warrant to arrive on scene.
Okay. So when you arrived, you met with other local firefighters.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And at this point, where's your dog?
Dog is he's in my vehicle. Have a vehicle that's specifically set up for a canine.
Okay. And do you do any kind of initial gathering of information other than just in addition to the verbal communication with on-scene firefighters?
Yes, yeah. So absolutely, every fire that I go to prior to working ROTC or any of the other dogs is, I want to make sure the scene is safe, get an evaluation, get some eyes on where we're going to be working to make sure that I'm not going to put him in any undue harm.
Okay. And in addition to that verbal conversation that you have, do you also kind of do a general look at the scene?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Again, I'll look at every scene to make sure it's something that I'm going to be comfortable with working ROTC in.
All right. I'm going to publish a couple of photos that have previously been admitted. If we could have number 7, please.
All right, go ahead.
This has been entered as People's Exhibit 7. You kind of recognize that?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. Number 8, please. Do you recognize people's number 8?
Yes.
People are number 9, please. Does that look familiar?
It does. Yeah.
Number 10, please. Recognize that?
Yes.
All right. Number 11. Recognize that photograph?
I do.
And number 12, please. You recognize that?
I do. Yes.
All right. Thank you. So you indicated that you got on scene and were waiting for a warrant, which allowed the search of the residence. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
That eventually was provided.
Yes.
All right, and were you then asked to walk through or to begin the process of using your dog, Rotzi?
Correct, yes, yeah.
Right, so can you tell us, please, how, kind of walk us through the process, how you prepare your dog for working a scene of this nature?
Absolutely. So first thing that I do on every scene, regardless of what the temperature is outside, is I'll roll down the windows to his section of the vehicle and the kennel. Theory behind that is he starts to take in kind of those smells that are around the area. While he's still in his kennel, I'll do a 360 of the property or the fire scene that we're working. Again, I'm looking for any potential hazards or anything that might jump out for the dog. For example, gas cans, lawnmowers, anything else that I would expect him to normally work on. Once I do a perimeter search, I will go into the interior of the search and I will walk the entire, in this case, the entire house. And I'll usually limit myself to whatever floor we're on. So if it's a multifamily and the fire was on the first floor, I'm only gonna work and look around that first floor, not go to the other floors. So I'll do what I call, or what we call, as a left-handed search pattern, where I stay to the left and I walk that whole area, taking note of any potential hazards, broken glass, floor collapse, or anything that could, again, be a hazard to the dog. If there is a hazard, we'll either try to mitigate it or I'll avoid going into that area.
Okay. So I want to kind of stop here and talk about another aspect. When you indicate that your dog had, I think you said 200 hours of training?
Yeah, our initial K9 Academy was 200 hours.
All right. So let's start with this. What is the dog trained in?
So he is trained to detect on petroleum-based distillates, hydrocarbons, so anything that's primarily made of petroleum and kind of spread out from there. So all of our hydrocarbon fuels.
Okay. And how was that training conducted?
So the his imprinting training is done by the trainers through Maine Specialty Dog. How they imprint the dog is kind of their trade secret. But essentially what they're doing is they'll take the dog and then, rewire the dog's brain to look for a specific odor. And that new odor becomes, for our dogs, all of our dogs are food reward. That smell becomes the equivalent to food. So it's anytime I smell this, I get food. And in their head, that odor now becomes, hey, that is food, that is survival, that's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm hunting for.
All right. Now you used the term imprint. What is that?
So imprinting is that hard rewiring of the dog's brain.
All right. And to be clear, your dog is fed on a regular basis?
He is, yes. So he's a 100% food reward. So the only time he gets to eat is when he's finding his target odor.
All right. How does that work at home?
Every day we'll do multiple trainings. So if we're not working a fire every day, I'll set up different styles of training where I'm using our controlled odor. So in Rotzi's case, it's a 50% evaporated gasoline, and I will use 1 to 2 drops and place those throughout houses, training facilities, outside, and then give him his command to go search for that ignitable liquid. He'll have to find it, and then I give him food.
He has to do that every day to eat.
We have to do that every day.
We have to do that every day to eat. Okay, understood. Thank you. Yep. All right, so turning your attention back to this, as you do this preliminary walk around to make sure that it's safe for your dog.
Correct, yes.
All right, once you have determined that's safe for your dog, what do you do then?
So once we've determined that it's safe, I'll go out to the vehicle, and as I'm approaching the vehicle, I like to equate it to that it's like we're getting psyched up for our big game here, because for him this is a game, this is exciting, it's something that it's the equivalent of like playing fetch. It's a fun thing for him, and he knows he gets to eat, and labs like to eat. So I'll start getting him psyched up by usually saying, all right, you ready to go to work, and kind of getting him excited. I'll go to our main cabinet where I keep his tools, so the food bag, leash, the collar. And all while I'm doing this, I'm pumping him up, getting him excited. I'll put the leash and collar on him, have the food bag, get him out, and then we usually go to an area where he's allowed to break, which is, relieve himself so that he's bringing less into the scene. And then from there, we'll start doing our search in incident specific, but I'll typically do an exterior search of the house. So we'll give him his command to search around the perimeter of the house. And then we'll move to the interior depending on wherever our best access. Typically, I always try to go for the front door, the main entrance.
Okay, so in this regard, is the dog just let go, or is there a lead or leash or anything used?
Nope. So I keep him on leash the whole time. Again, and that just helps control him. That desire to go and find that odor, he'll go and find it. And obviously, some of our fire scenes have collapse hazards or dangers, and if that strong odor is coming from somewhere that's a danger, he'll go to it because that's what he's trained to do.
Okay. Now, in regards to the photographs that I previously showed you, the basic 360 exterior of the residence, did you run ROTC around the entire exterior of the 2413th 15th Avenue Court address?
I did, yeah. We went around the perimeter of the house.
Okay, and what, was there any alerts?
He did not give me any alerts, no.
Okay, let me ask you this. What would an alert to you look like?
So ROTC's trained conditional behavior response is when he is in on his target odor, he will sit and then continue to kind of bob his head and touch where that odor's at with his nose. And again, since he's a food reward dog, in his head, this means I get to eat, so he'll start to salivate and get really excited.
Okay, so a very distinct indication for you to observe.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. So do you recall if that structure was a fairly small structure, right?
Yes, yeah, correct.
Do you remember how long it took you to do the exterior?
I would say probably a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, a minute to 2 minutes to get
And
around.
no indications were provided by ROTC, right?
That's correct.
So do you then, you indicate you'll go into the interior. Now, when you did your initial hazard check, did that include the interior as well, or do you kind of do it a two-step process? I do the exterior first, put him back in the car, and then do the interior.
I'll do my hazard check all at the same time so that I pull him out, and once we go to work, he's going to work, and I'm not giving him we're not stopping while he's working.
Okay. I want to show you a couple other photographs that have been entered into evidence. If we could publish number 21, please. Does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 22, please. That's people's number 22. It's already been admitted. Does that look familiar?
It does, yes.
All right. Number 23. Investigator, does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
25. How about that?
Yes.
26. That 26 look familiar?
It does, yes.
All right. Finally, people's 27. Does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, also attached to this structure was a single car garage. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
All right. And there was a motor vehicle that was burned up in there.
I believe so, yes.
Did you run the dog in the garage area?
I don't believe we got into the garage just due to the debris in the vehicle, and there was tight space, and I wasn't able to get him in there to work.
All right. And when you go, excuse me, into a structure like this, was it evident to you that the windows had been blown out?
It looked as if, yeah, there was a large fire there.
All right. And is there a concern for glass on the ground?
Glass is one of our, one of the things I always look for, yeah.
And when you went in initially to check for hazards, were you able to tell or determine from the debris on the floor or in the area if there was a lot of glass?
I do not recall there being anything that would really prevent ROTC from working.
Okay. So then you take ROTC into the interior, and how it was a small interior. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah, I would say it was a smaller
So you
house.
still have them on the lead or leash.
Absolutely, yep.
And what do you do? Explain to the jury the process of the dog checking the house out.
All right, so as we walk up to the main entrance, again, kind of talking with Rotzi again, I'm excited to go out and do his job. I'll give him his verbal cue to look for the ignitable liquid. So for Rotzi, his cue or his command is seek. And then I will throw kind of my finger and point that this seek with this movement gets him, okay, it's business time to work. Every time we're working in interior, we always do kind of that left-hand search pattern where we just stay to the left and work kind of the whole, outer perimeter of the wall, and then we'll kind of collapse in areas where we need to work. So if there was an island, furniture, stuff along that, we'll do the perimeter and then start to focus a room-by-room search.
Okay. So is it you said a perimeter and you focus in, right?
Correct, yes.
Right. So it started off in the living room area.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then proceeded to, there was a kitchen area.
Yes, sir.
What about the bedrooms?
Again, we would have stayed with that left-hand pattern.
Okay, and then the bathroom as well.
Yes.
Now, in these bedrooms or a bathroom or I guess an interior other room, do you have him go in and do the entire room as well?
I will, yep, yeah. So we'll work anything that is, that we believe is relevant to that fire scene.
Okay, and about how long did it take you and Rotzi to work the interior of the residence?
I would say we were probably in and out in under 5 minutes.
All right, and during that time, did he provide you with any of his distinctive indications?
He did not give any indication.
To the best of your memory, when you were inside that residence, did you smell anything that might indicate the use of petroleum-based products, i.e. gas or anything of that nature?
I did not recall any odor specific, yeah.
So once you were done working the dog through both the exterior and the interior, what do you do then?
So after we are done working a fire scene, we'll go back out to kind of our cold zone over by the vehicle, and I will give him kind of a gross decon where we'll brush off any of the major debris, and then I typically wipe off his paws and then check to make sure that he hasn't sustained any injury.
Okay. And then once you're done, working the scene, what do you do with your dog?
So then he goes back into his kennel in the vehicle and hangs out.
And then once he hangs out, do you go and have discussions with other fire officials on scene?
I will, yeah. So I will go and meet up with whoever requested us out there or whoever's leading the scene and discuss what we did, our findings, whether there was an indication or there weren't any indications, and then answer whatever questions they may have.
All right. And once you were done with that part of the investigation, did you have any other participation in this investigation?
I did not, no.
Once you were done with that, you basically packed up and took your dog home?
That's typically it, yep.
All right. You like your dog?
He's all right. We'll keep him for now.
Okay. Thank you, Firefighter Eberly. I appreciate it. Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can leave the witness stand.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
As we call Gregory Cobb.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Sir, if you'll please come forward and just stand in front of the witness stand. And before you sit down, if I can ask you to raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir. It might be easier if you come around the front there. And then, sir, if I can ask once you sit down, if you can just get as close to the microphone as is reasonable. Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is Greg Cobb, last name C-O-B-B.
So, Mr. Cobb, how are you employed?
Currently, I am a school bus driver. I'm the driver trainer and lead driver for Platte Valley Schools in Kersey.
Okay. Prior to being a school bus driver, were you with the Greeley Fire Department?
Yes, I was. I worked for the Greeley Fire Department for 30 years.
Have you since retired from the fire department, hence the bus driving routine?
I did. I retired in February of 2023.
All right. What, let's start with this. How long had you been with the Greeley Fire Department?
For 30 years.
All right. And prior, what was your title?
When I retired and left the fire department, I carried the rank of lieutenant, and I was assigned as deputy fire marshal, lead fire investigator.
All right. And how long have you been a fire investigator?
In my 30-year career, 27 to 28 years of those were spent as a fire investigator.
All right. What? Tell the jury your education, please.
I hold 2 associate's degrees from Ames Community College, one in fire science technology and the other in fire protection technology.
All right. At the time, did you hold a number of certifications?
I did. Numerous certifications, the ones pertaining to fire investigations. I was a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators. I was a certified vehicle fire investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators.
Okay. Have you, during your tenure with the Greeley Fire Department, did you ever receive any awards or letters of commendation?
I did with the fire department. I received Fire Investigator of the Year award in roughly 1997. I received Training Instructor of the Year 2 years, and then I also received a Fire Investigation Special Recognition Award in 2015.
While you were employed with the Greeley Fire Department, did you kind of keep up on training yearly?
We had to. It was a requirement to maintain your certification. You had to have at least 36 hours of continuing education to maintain your certifications through National Association of Fire Investigators.
So you had training in firefighting.
Correct.
You also had training in your fire investigation role.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that that was a significant number of hours of training in both those particular roles?
Absolutely. Over the course of my career, total accumulated training in hours spent as a firefighter were, maybe about 2,100. As a fire investigator, probably 1,000 hours. In total, probably 3,500 hours in training.
Okay. How many fires do you think you investigated during your time with the fire department?
Close to 600 fires over the course of my career.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court regarding arson and fire investigations?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, I have.
Remember about how many times?
3 times.
Do you believe your knowledge in the area of an arson investigator would be helpful to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd move to qualify Mr. Cobb as an expert in arson investigation pursuant to 702.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the proffered field, and Mr. McCormick, you may proceed accordingly.
All right, thank you. So turning your attention back to October 3rd of 2021, were you employed with the Greeley Fire Department on that date?
I was.
And was that as a firefighter and an arson investigator?
It was, correct, yes.
And on that date, did you have an occasion to respond to fire at 2413 15th Avenue Court?
I did.
Your understanding was that in City of Greeley, Weld County, State of Colorado?
Yes.
Right. And where did you have to come from in regards to that address?
So on this particular morning, it was a Sunday morning, and I was the on-call fire investigator, which means that I responded from my residence. I was at home in bed. As the lead fire investigator, I had a fire department vehicle that I responded in, so I responded from home.
Okay. And do you recall what type of fire this was?
It was dispatched as a residential structure fire.
And do you remember about what time you got on scene that day?
Well, the The call was dispatched, I believe, about 5:45 in the morning. A fire investigator isn't automatically dispatched with the initial assignment. That usually comes from fire command. With the fire conditions, command ordered a second alarm and a fire investigator probably about 5:55 a.m. So the request went to dispatch. By the time they process and notify me, it was probably about 6:05 when I received the phone call.
Okay. Now, some of us may or may not be aware of some of the language you're using. You said a second alarm was called. So what does that mean?
So when a 911 call is placed, and for example, a residential structure fire is reported, the response matrix in the first alarm, the 911 call center automatically sends 3 engine companies, 2 truck companies, a battalion chief, and an ambulance. While en route, the incident commander can go ahead and upgrade, or when they get on scene with the conditions that are faced, they can upgrade to a second alarm, which would send an additional 2 engines, another battalion chief, another truck company, and more ambulances.
All right. Is it fair to say that a second alarm is reserved for some fairly significant fires?
Yes. You need more resources for larger fires.
All right. So you were subsequently contacted. Did you then go to that scene?
I did.
All right. And if you would initially just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw upon your arrival.
So I arrived probably approximately 6:15, 6:20 a.m. to the scene. It was kind of procedure. Routinely, what I did is I checked on scene with dispatch, met with the incident commander, the battalion chief. We briefed about what was known so far, the facts, how many structures are involved, are there any victims, what their initial indications are, the initial conditions of the fire on their arrival. All of this information is important for me to start developing a picture of what we're going to be investigating. So that's what I did first, is met with the incident commander, the battalion chief on scene.
So when you arrived at scene, was the fire still ongoing, or was it, I don't want to necessarily say put out, but was there a process being done to make sure that it was out and safe for your investigation?
Yes, it was still ongoing. The main body of fire had been put out. All the overhaul work, and that is seeking out all the hidden embers and putting out all the hot spots. They were able to do that work on the outside, but they stopped that work on the inside of the structure because there was a fire victim. And that's usual and customary to try and not disturb as much of the interior of the structure as possible until a fire investigator can get eyes on it and potentially get photographs before the scene is disturbed any more than it has to be.
Okay, so let's break that down. Is it fair to say that there was a significant amount of water used for this particular fire? There
was, yes.
At what point were you advised that a body was inside or had been located?
I knew that immediately upon my arrival and my initial contact with the battalion chief.
Okay. So, and law enforcement was already there, but additional law enforcement was notified?
Correct, yes.
All right. So, did you at some point enter into the interior to view that deceased individual?
I did. I entered the scene, the interior of the structure, to take photographs. I was escorted by the lieutenant of the truck company that located the victim. The victim had already been removed from the structure, and he was in the ambulance when I arrived on scene.
All right. So you went in to just do the initial, you said take photographs?
Correct.
All right, and then afterwards, did you go and take photographs of the deceased individual in the ambulance?
I did.
All right. Now, why are those two things important for your investigation?
Well, we try to get photographs of the structure, the interior of the structure, the location of the victim before anything is disturbed, moved, and then we need to try and take photographs of the fire victim before they're disturbed. Each time that you move a fire victim, there is evidence that could be destroyed, removed, whatnot. So when I took photos in the ambulance, I just took some preliminary photos because I didn't want to move the victim. I knew at some point we were going to have coroner's investigators there, medical examiner investigators, and detectives. So I waited so we could do that all together. So we only had to do it one time.
Okay. So, to be clear, at that point, you didn't notice anything extruding from the deceased person's neck. You knew nothing about that.
We did not. Unfortunately, there was enough thermal damage to the victim that it wasn't identifiable at that time.
Okay. So you've talked about a couple of preliminary process. Is there another preliminary procedure where you take into consideration weather?
I do. During the course of my investigation, I always take a snapshot of the weather conditions at the time of the fire. I obtain my information either from the National Weather Service or, depending on where the incident is located, the University of Northern Colorado has a weather station, weather observation data collection site that I can obtain information from that source.
Okay.
I always take a look at the weather because the weather has an effect on fire behavior.
All right. And that particular evening, based upon your investigation, did the weather have any impact at that time?
It did not. The weather was seasonal. There was no inclement weather in the area. There was no thunderstorms. There was no high winds or anything like that. The weather was pretty unremarkable.
Right. When you get on scene, in addition to those things you've mentioned, do you also have an opportunity to speak to perhaps other individuals at the scene that are non-law enforcement or non-fire?
I do, and I try to make that a habit of one of the first things that I do is to talk to people and at least get names and phone numbers so that I can contact them. They may be witnesses, they may be neighbors, whatever. And if you don't do that initially, trying to find these people to conduct an interview later it's difficult.
Okay. And in this particular case, did you have a conversation with a neighbor by the name of Michael Campbell?
I did, yes.
Right. And were you aware through the investigation that he was one of the initial people that had gone over to this house to try to either notify the homeowner that there was a fire or make contact with him?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, thank you. Give me just a moment. The court will overrule the objection.
Do you need me to repeat that?
No, so
Okay.
so I can answer the question?
Yes.
Yeah, so I had law enforcement officers and also firefighters tell me that gentleman standing over there, his name is Mr. Campbell, and you need to talk to him. He's got some excellent information. In fact, he may be the original 911 caller.
Okay.
So I contacted him during the course of my investigation, and I did interview him on scene there that morning.
Do you recall what he told you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection, hearsay.
Can the parties approach? right, I have overruled the objection to the witness. If you need Mr. McCormick to re-ask that last question, Mr. McCormick, you may.
Sure. So, Mr. Cobb, let me just be real clear here. You utilize as much information as you can to get not only a picture of the residence or a picture of what may have happened prior to fire arrival.
Correct.
All right. Did Mr. Campbell provide you with that?
Yes.
All right. What did he initially tell you?
He stated that, and please excuse if my times are a little bit off. I would have to refer to my report, but he stated that the victim's dog was in the backyard barking close to 3 a.m. It woke him up, Mr. Campbell, it woke him up because they were next door neighbors, and the dog was back there barking. And so he said that he went over to the victim's house to knock at the door to get him to let the dog in so the dog would be quiet and he could go back to sleep. He stated that when he walked by the garage, he noticed that the lights were on in the garage and that the victim's car was parked in the garage. So he said, well, he's home. And so he went and he knocked at the door, didn't get a response. And so he went back to bed, went back to his residence, went back to bed. I asked him at that time, did you see anything? Did you smell anything? Smell any smoke? See any fire? And Mr. Campbell stated he did not. Okay. So then he stated he fell back asleep, and then about 5:15, somewhere around there, the dog was barking again. So he once again got up out of bed, walked over to knock at the door to get the dog to quit barking. And he stated that he knocked on the door. He was pounding on the door. This time he was, a little bit more, sleep deprived, and he was pounding on the door hard. He stated that when he was knocking at the door was hot. And so he backed up from there, and he pounded on the door a couple more times. And from pounding on the door, it caused the picture window located right next to the door to fail. Once that window failed, a bunch of smoke and a large amount of fire came out of the residence. He said that he stumbled back off the front porch, and that's when he went to go call 911. I asked him specifically, when you were walking over there the second time, before you knocked at the door and you felt that the door was hot, did you smell anything or see anything? And he said, I didn't see any smoke, but as I was walking by the garage and the picture window, he said I could smell a slight odor of smoke.
Okay. And did you also, through your preliminary investigation, have an opportunity to look at surveillance video or ring camera footage from neighbors? I
did on several occasions, yes.
Right. And based upon your review of that, were you able to see the fire and the start of the fire?
Yes, we were able to review the video, the surveillance video, and I saw a gentleman walking up to the door, knocking at the door. Presumably it was Mr. Campbell as the events as he described him, but a gentleman goes up to the front door, knocks at the door, is there for a while. You can't hear or see anything in the video, as I recall, like the glass breaking or anything, but you can see fire rush out that picture window.
So based upon everything that you saw in terms of video and Mr. Campbell, that was fairly consistent as to how this got started?
Yes, there was other video that we viewed during the course of the investigation that actually provides a video record of when the fire was started. We could see the fire actually starting in the living room. We witnessed the fire start.
Okay. Now, while you were doing this, were you at one point provided with notification or information from the coroner's office about the condition of the deceased?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you told?
So once the coroner's investigators and law enforcement and I completed our photographs of the victim in the ambulance, the victim was transferred from the back of the ambulance to the coroner investigator's vehicle. They left the scene. They transported the victim to the coroner's office. And so we were notified on the scene there probably within the hour. Detectives got a phone call from the coroner's office investigators stating that there was a metal object protruding from the victim's neck. So they were indicating to us that this was probably not going to be an accidental fire.
Okay. So based upon that information, everything was kind of put on hold. Was a search warrant was obtained,
Correct.
and in the interim, because of the nature of the fire, was a canine detection dog contacted.
Yes.
All right, and once at scene, a search warrant was signed, right, by a judge, and
counsel's testifying.
I'll allow that, what otherwise would be a leading question to orient the witness.
were you present when a search warrant was provided allowing for a search?
Yes.
All right. Were you present when the canine handler arrived on scene?
Yes, I was.
Were you present when the canine handler conducted his portion of the investigation?
Yes.
Did you confer with the canine handler after that would be at the time Lieutenant Brian Eberly?
Correct.
Did you
yes.
confer with Lieutenant Brian Eberly after he had conducted his part of the investigation?
Yes.
And what were you told at that particular point?
That the canine detection dog that responded to the scene did not alert on any specific areas on the exterior of the residence and on the interior of the residence. As I recall, the garage wasn't searched by the canine just because you would expect to find hydrocarbon-based liquids or accelerants in a garage normally.
All right. So once you were begin your investigation, you entered the residence. All right. Do you do an initial? Well, what's your process?
So when I arrive on scene, I brief with the incident commander. I talk to the company officers of the fire companies that are on scene. What did you do? Did you see anything? Get all that information from them. Then typically I do a 360 of the exterior of the structure and I photograph the exterior of the structure before I go inside.
Okay.
And then by then, I'm got a pretty good idea of what quadrant of the structure that we need to be focusing on based upon fire damage, witness reports, fire company reports, and then damage to the exterior of the structure. Then I can start making a plan for where efforts need to be concentrated at on the interior of the structure. And then I move into the interior. I go ahead and photograph the least damaged areas, maybe the areas or the quadrants of the structure that I'm not as interested in before I get to the area or the quadrant that has the most damage and where it's believed that the origin of the fire was.
During the course of your investigation and final report, did you prepare a diagram, kind of a layout of the house?
I did.
All right. already been admitted into evidence, people's number 144. You recognize that?
I do.
All right. Is that the diagram that you that you had prepared as part of your report?
Yes.
All right. And are you oriented?
Yes, I am.
All right, so you indicated that you went in, I just want to keep the diagram on that side. I want you to turn around if you wouldn't mind looking at the TV again. If we could publish number 20. All right, so this is as previously been admitted as people's number 20. Does that look familiar?
It does.
Next, please. This is number 21. Look familiar?
Yes.
All right. How about this? If there's any that don't look familiar, you tell me.
Okay.
All right. 22, please.
Yes, that looks familiar.
23,
Yes, that's familiar.
24,
Yes, that's familiar.
25,
Yes, that's familiar.
and 26.
Yes, that's familiar.
Okay. So let me ask this. When you initially go in, and you said based upon the surveillance videos, the information you were provided, and the burn patterns. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
What is a burn pattern?
So a burn pattern is the remains of or the effects that, excuse me, that heat energy has on an object, on a combustible, on a non-combustible, on a body. It could come in the form of soot, charring, thermal damage, mass loss, and smoke staining.
Okay. And you observed that throughout the house?
Yes.
All right. And you started the process in the living room? Your investigation in the living room?
So before I did that, I went and took photographs of the other stuff around the living room that weren't as immediate concern to me.
Okay.
Mr. McCormick, will you just let me know when you're at a logical stopping point and we'll break for lunch?
Okay. Sure. This probably would be it.
This would probably be a good time. Okay. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for our lunch recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, before I let you go, give me just a second here. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Please rise for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Cobb, you can leave the witness stand. We will need you to return at 1 p.m., sir. Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess until 1 p.m. Oh, you're not talking to me. Are you good? All right, the court will go back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties present as previously captioned. We come on after our lunch recess, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in from the state?
Not from the people, no.
Anything from the defense? Yes. Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in and we'll get started. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Cobb, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. McCormick, you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Cobb, when we left off at the noon hour, I think we were talking about your beginning the processing of the living room.
Correct.
All right. And during that particular point in your investigation, did you observe what you would consider a protected area?
Yes, but we had to, you have to layer down all the debris, the insulation, the drywall that comes down in the process of the fire, and the overhaul activities of the fire suppression crews. You have to layer search and you have to dig down to get to the protected areas.
Okay. And in that particular case in the living room, was that done?
Yes.
All right. And then after removal of that debris, that's when you noted a protected area?
Correct, yes.
All right. And what do you mean by a protected area?
So if a surface, if an object is covered or shielded from heat energy, it won't face the same effects of that thermal energy that the exposed surface would be, that would show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that where the deceased body was located?
Yes, it is.
All right. And, excuse me, what did you do here then when you found that protected area?
So what we did is we stopped our excavation and our layer search. We documented thoroughly. We photographed thoroughly, both fire department investigators and GPD detectives photographed it, and then they also collected evidence in the area where in that protected area.
All right, I'm going to show you some previously admitted photographs. If we could have number 42, please. I'm showing you what's been previously entered into evidence. This is people's number 42. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Is that what you're referring to as the protected area?
Yes, the lighter colored area underneath.
Okay. 43, please. Is that the same area, just a little closer?
Yes, it
All right.
is.
Now, you had indicated that you had found what you said was evidence. Do you recall what was located in that particular area?
There was a few items of the victim's clothing, and the clothing was soaked in blood, body fluids, and it was unburned because it was in a protected area.
Okay. So is it unusual for a fire of this particular nature and intensity for you to locate blood or bloodstained material?
It's not unusual. If you layer down, layer search, typically you will find remnants of items as they were prior to the fire.
Okay. Now, as you progressed from the living room, did you also go in and examine the garage area?
I did, yes.
All right, if we could have photo 9, please. Is that the area that you, does that look familiar?
Yes.
All right, 18, please. That also look familiar?
Yes.
All right, and 19, please. That look familiar?
It does.
All right, so what did you observe in the garage regarding as to burn patterns?
So the burn patterns that are of significance here is, excuse me, you notice in that one photo that shows the man door between the kitchen and the garage, it's completely burned away. Yes, that door there, it's completely burned through. You can see the burn patterns on the side of the toolbox and also the burn patterns to the rear of the vehicle, okay? So these burn patterns indicate to me that the fire is traveling from inside the residence through the man door and extending into the garage. You'll notice in later photographs, the front of the vehicle, it wasn't even touched by the thermal energy. So if you go to that last picture, the front of the vehicle, you can tell that it is a blue car. It's not scorched. It doesn't have the thermal damage. So that lets me know that the fire progressed from inside the residence into the garage and not the other way around.
Okay. So after examining the garage, then did you go back into the residence and look in the hallway area?
I did. And there again, looking at the thermal damage patterns and mass loss, it indicates that the fire progressed from the living room into the hallway and into the 2 bedrooms.
All right. Now, through your investigation, were you advised as to the south bedroom belonging to the victim, Christopher Dickerson?
Yes,
All right. And did you have an opportunity to go in there and observe that particular bedroom?
I did.
If we could have photo 33, please. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
All right. And then 34, please. Same there.
Yes.
What were your observations while you're in that particular bedroom that belonged to Mr. Dickerson?
So the things that stood out to me, and I made sure that I captured in the photographs, number one was the burn patterns in the room. So here again, the smoke staining, the heat on the walls, that lets me know that the fire did not start in this bedroom. You can see up high, it's much darker, has higher heat, and as you get low, It's the normal color of the wall. I noticed that there was a bed there. On the bed was a pillow and a comforter or maybe a sleeping bag, like somebody would be, used for sleeping. And then right next to or behind the bed was the closet, and everything out of the closet that normally would be in the closet was on the bed.
Objection calls for speculation. Can we approach?
Sure.
People's, was that 34, right? That you just saw up there. When you went and examined the closet, were there any clothes or debris of burned clothes anywhere inside the closet?
You can see a couple of melted hangers, like a plastic hanger that would hang on the bar. You can see a couple of plastic hangers, and you can see where the hangers melted and the clothes fell. Okay. So there's some clothing at the bottom of the closet.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, and you also indicated that in looking at People's 34, there was like I'm going to call it a jewelry ring box.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you began investigating that, and if we could go to 47, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's a couple things about that photograph. Is there anything that you notice in regards to the condition of that particular jewelry box?
Yes, so the condition of the interior of the jewelry box indicates that the lid was closed at the time of the fire.
Okay, and in regards to those white, see the differentiation in the white, I guess I'm going to call it soot?
Yes.
What are those called?
Those are burn patterns.
All right. Are you familiar with the term voids?
Yes.
All right. So People's number 50. We're looking at this previously been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here?
So this photograph depicts the mattress with all the protected areas. So in the prior photograph with clothing, bedding, other items that were there at the time of the fire, if you take them off and photograph, then it will show you the protected areas.
Right. So is it fair to state that those items were there prior to the fire being started?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Now, as upon conclusion of your investigation of the structure, do you, as an arson investigator, do you look for, or let me ask it this way, do you rule out potential causes or ignition sources?
Yes, you have to take and rule out all potential causes, electrical, lightning, accidental, fireplaces, smoking, discarded smoking material, and you have to be able to eliminate each one of those.
And in your investigation, did you conduct that rule out phase?
Yes, we did. We confirmed that there wasn't any issues or malfunctions of the gas service to the house. Atmos Energy came out, they conducted a test. There was no gas leaks, so they conducted a pressure test. We inspected the breaker panel, looking for any breakers that may have been tripped, indicating that there was an electrical issue in the house that could have potentially started the fire. We didn't find any tripped breakers or anything like that to where we would have to call in some electrical expertise. We were comfortable with what we observed in the main breaker panel, so we were able to rule out electrical, plus that coupled with what we had witnessed on the surveillance videos about where the fire had actually started.
Right. Based upon your investigation and the condition of the structure, would you consider this to be a very hot fire?
Yes. So in the progression of a fire, it will, if you start a fire in a room and it has combustibles to consume, like furniture, ordinary combustibles, wood, things of that nature, it will burn. If it cannot vent, it becomes a vent-limited fire, and it goes into its decay phase, and it just sits there and smolders, and it's waiting for the introduction of oxygen, and then the fire behaves very rapidly, and that's what we witnessed in the failure of that front picture window. So typically, we expect temperatures at or near the ceiling to be between 1,200 and 1,500 degrees. It gets a little bit cooler as you come down, but when you get to pre-flashover phase in a fire, which a smoldering, decaying fire would be at, you could expect 1,000 degrees from ceiling to floor.
Okay. So based upon your investigation and the information available, are you able to give an opinion as to fire cause and determination?
Yes.
And what is that opinion based on?
It is based upon all the fire patterns that were observed, the scene search and layer search, the evidence that we found there, and the surveillance video that we observed, and then the ability to rule out the other accidental causes.
And when you were doing your investigation, did you observe any unusual odors while you were examining the structure?
Well, excuse me, we did not.
Right.
I did not.
What is your opinion as to the cause of that particular fire?
Well, based upon the location of the the burn patterns in the living room and the burn patterns letting us know where the fire started and how it traveled throughout the structure, that coupled with the record, the historical record that we were able to witness on the surveillance video, we knew that the fire started in that front living room, and it had to be an intentional act.
All right. And therefore, you indicate the manner of the fire was an intentional. What is your ultimate opinion as to what type of fire this was?
It was an intentional arson fire.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please go ahead.
No cross-examination. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Mr. Cobb, you can leave the witness then. Thank you, sir. The state may call their next witness.
People call Dave Arp.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Sir, if you can please come forward. And sir, before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do, sir. Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if you can get as close to the microphone as you can. Mr. Pralia, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your full name, spelling your last?
Sure. My name is David Edward Arpin, A-R-P-I-N.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a detective for the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how you were previously employed?
Previously, I was a detective for the Greeley Police Department, where I served there for 24 years.
All right. Sir, can you describe your role in this case as it pertains to attending an autopsy on October 4th, 2021?
Sure. My job there was to take photographs and collect evidence from the autopsy.
And can you describe generally why you do that, or why an agency has somebody attend autopsies?
To be there to document what is going on during the autopsy, to photograph any injuries, findings, collect any evidence off the body that is found during the autopsy.
Okay. Sir, can you describe your initial observations when you attended the autopsy on October 4th, 2021?
When I got there, I found that the body was still in the body bag with an intact seal. Upon opening the body bag, there was a body that was charred, extremely burnt.
Okay. Describe what you did then in your role. Did you begin taking photographs?
Yes,
And would that have taken place throughout the time period of the autopsy?
yes.
Can you describe what your role is as it pertains to evidence collection?
Once some evidence is found, it is set aside, and then it is gathered individually and placed in bags or other containers to be then taken back to the police department, where we'll then individually box them or bag them, label them in our system with individual pieces of evidence.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 143.
143, go ahead.
Ready?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the this is a box that I used to place this piece of evidence that was gathered during the autopsy.
Okay. And specifically, does it apply to this specific case number from the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, it does.
And is that item 48 then is what it was assigned as?
Yes, it is.
with tag number G21-16825.
Yes, it is.
Ultimately, is this the item that was retrieved from Mr. Dickerson's neck during the autopsy that took place on October 4th, 2021?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 143.
Any objection to 143?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 143.
Permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
If we could pass to the jury?
Help them pass. Yes, Sonia will assist. Mr. Praley, you may proceed.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
No cross-examination, thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness then. Thank you, sir. All right, the state may call their next witness.
The people call Dr. Michael Burson.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Doctor, if you'll please come forward. And sir, before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. And doctor, if you can get just as close to the microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. Praley, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Burson.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to this jury, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Michael Burson, B-U-R-S-O-N.
How are you employed?
I am the appointed Weld County coroner, and I'm also a private pathologist.
Can you describe where you have practiced forensic pathology throughout your career?
Yes, it's been largely up in northern Colorado. I perform autopsies with a small group of forensic pathologists, and we perform those autopsies for about 25 different counties between Colorado, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska.
Can you outline your education for your position?
I have a bachelor's degree in mammalian physiology. I have a doctorate degree in physiology and pharmacology. I have postdoctoral training in cardiovascular physiology. I have a medical degree. I'm a physician. I forgot that one. I have residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology. And finally, I have fellowship training in forensic pathology.
All right. Is that it, Doctor?
I think that's plenty.
Okay, thank you. Have you previously testified as an expert like you're doing today?
I have.
Can you approximate how many times?
At least 110 times.
Is that in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to qualify Dr. Burson as an expert in forensic pathology pursuant to Rule 702 and the people's endorsement in I.
Any objection from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. The court will accept the doctor as an expert in the proffered field, and Mr. Praelia, you can proceed accordingly.
All right. Doctor, let's start at the beginning. Can you describe what pathology is?
Pathology is essentially the study of disease.
Going one step further in your expertise, then what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that focuses on the medical and legal aspects of death and disease.
Describe how medical and legal then go together.
So whenever someone passes unexpectedly, there's usually a medical reason for that or possibly a legal reason for that. So forensic pathologists examine the decedent to determine the cause of death and the manner of death, so we can essentially put the story together and explain to the family, law enforcement, any interested parties why the individual unexpectedly passed away.
All right. Can you describe then your day-to-day duties as it pertains to autopsies?
So day to day, I basically, unfortunately, wait for people to pass away and then get contacted by the folks that have the jurisdiction of those bodies. And then I perform autopsies to evaluate the body and determine cause and manner of death.
Can you differentiate between those two? You've used these terms a couple times now. Can you describe what cause of death would mean?
Yes. So cause of death is really what it sounds like. What caused the individual to pass away? There can be innumerable causes of death. Simple examples could be what most people know of as a heart attack. Catching pneumonia could be a cause of death. Cancer could be a cause of death. Injuries sustained during a motor vehicle crash, those injuries could be the cause of death. Experiencing a gunshot wound, that could be a cause of death. So lots of things can be the cause of death.
Can you differentiate that then with manner of death and describe the number of possibilities for that for you?
Yes. So manner of death is much more limited. In fact, we have 5 options for manner of death in Colorado. The manner of death is essentially the circumstances surrounding the death. So if we had the individual who had the heart attack or pneumonia, that's a natural disease process, so that would be a natural manner of death. If somebody had those injuries from the motor vehicle crash, well, those injuries resulted from the motor vehicle accident, and in that case, that manner of death would be accident. If somebody was shot by another individual, then those injuries caused the death, and the circumstances surrounding those injuries would be the result of another individual, and that would be a manner of death homicide. if somebody were to take their own life by hanging, drugs, jumping off a building, all sorts of causes of death, if they did it to themselves, that manner of death would be suicide. And then finally, there's a few cases a year, roughly 3 to 5%, where despite a very thorough examination, interviewing family members and friends, looking at medical records, we just can't figure out why someone passed away. In those situations, the manner of death would be characterized as undetermined. So 5 manners of death: natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Thank you. Sir, you described performing autopsies on a daily basis, and then you just referenced this thorough examination. Is that what you're referring to in an autopsy?
Yes.
Can you outline the process of an autopsy in describing its thoroughness to ultimately determine your cause and manner that you discussed?
Yes. So an autopsy is really what most people are familiar with from television, but it's a very systematic, layered examination of the body. By layered, I mean I approach a decedent and start at the surface layer. I document and characterize how they were received with respect to clothing, medical intervention, any obvious marks or scars, just whatever is on the surface. And then I'll go layer by layer, examining the tissues. I reflect the skin and look at the bony structures. What I'm really trying to do is get down to that foundation of pathology, disease states or abnormalities. So I'm trying to characterize any abnormalities I see as I go layer by layer to come to that final conclusion of what caused the death. So after I look at the bony structures, I'll remove those and expose the internal organs. Again, looking for anything abnormal. I'll remove each organ individually and examine it such that I've looked at the surface of the organ to the internal structures. So each organ is serially sectioned or cut like a loaf of bread, so I can look for any abnormalities that may be hidden within that organ. While I'm doing that, I will take a small piece of the major organs to make a microscopic slide from. So then, when it's all done, I've looked at the surface, I've looked internally through multiple layers, and then I've examined the cellular structures, looking for any abnormalities that can explain why the individual passed away. So it's very thorough and very systematic in layer by layer by layer.
Okay. And after you do that, do you actually then come to your determination?
I do.
Okay. Is the process for any autopsy pretty similar then?
It's very standardized, but there are cases where you have to deviate from the regular routine just because of what you're presented with, perhaps.
Well, for example, in a standard autopsy, would you go through a process of washing the body before you go through it?
Yes.
Do you do that in cases of arson such as this one?
It depends on the level of thermal artifacts or injuries.
Okay. And ultimately, you had talked about going through all of the organs and internal structures. That, though, would be very systematic and consistent in any autopsy.
If they were available for examination, we go through the same process, correct?
Okay. All right. I think that covers everything before we deal with what you actually did in this case.
I think so. I guess what I didn't mention is during that process, I will also collect body fluids if they're available. So I'll collect urine, blood, fluid from the eyes if it's available, so I can then do extra testing like toxicology testing or chemistries. So again, that will be also included in the examination and used to render my final opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Were you the doctor who conducted the autopsy on October 4th, 2021?
In this case, yes.
Yes. And specifically, was that on Mr. Christopher Dickerson?
Yes.
Did you have to go through a process to make sure that you were identifying the correct person as Mr. Dickerson?
Well, not on that day. On that day, I was examining a John Doe.
Okay.
So the coroner's office went through the process of their identification practices to come to the final identification.
And so on the day of the autopsy, namely October 4th, 2021, you weren't certain who this person was?
Not certain, no.
Okay. Did you go through the general process and procedure that you had previously described?
Yes.
And during this autopsy process, do you have other individuals that are present at this autopsy?
Yes.
And who would those other individuals be?
Well, typically I'll have an assistant who's at the table with me doing the autopsy and collecting tissue parts. We will typically have a representative from the coroner's office or the medical legal death investigator. In cases like this, there's often representatives from law enforcement and district attorney's office.
Would those individuals be allowed from both your staff and the Greeley Police Department to take photographs and then ultimately collect items that they deemed of evidentiary value?
Yes, and that is encouraged.
Okay. If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 149 through 170.
149 through 170?
Doctor, if you could take a moment to review those and then let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Sir, you had stated that you write your report after the conclusion of the autopsy or at some point later, right?
Yes.
And does that contain your process and your findings?
Yes.
Does that include your opinions for cause and manner of death as well as any noteworthy injuries?
Yes.
I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 149 through 170 that you've now reviewed.
Yes.
Do you believe each of those photos and x-rays that would be contained in that they aid in the demonstration of your observations on the day of the autopsy?
Yes, certainly.
And have those been selected in part with you as well as my office and the lead investigator?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of 149 through 170.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right. The court will admit into evidence states 149 through 170. Can the parties approach just briefly?
Yes.
of the neck. And so what we see here is, you can't tell from a picture, but physically it was a piece of metal that was sticking out of the right side of the neck. I don't know how significant it is at this point, because clearly there's going to be a lot of dirt and debris and structural stuff on the body from the fire. So this is just the first observation. As we go layer by layer, we'll start to determine whether or not it's significant.
Okay. 152.
This is just a closer up view of that feature that stood out at that time of the autopsy. Again, it's a silver colored white metal object that appears to be penetrating into the right side of the neck.
And then 153, does this demonstrate that scales are used for measurement purposes for your report as well as other things?
Yeah, just for documentation purposes.
154. Can you describe what we're looking at here, sir?
So here we've rolled the decedent up on his left shoulder just to look at the back, and we can see that, well, this is probably one of our first determinations as to the individual, because here we can see there's some preserved skin, and this is a Caucasian male. So we can see some preserved skin on the back. Likely that was protected from the fire after he had passed.
All right. Sir, I want to also discuss, as part of your process, do you take x-rays?
We do.
Okay. And why do you do that?
Again, we don't know what may have occurred with this decedent. Did he just fall down and die? Or was he shot? Does he fall down and break his neck or his arm? We don't know. So we take some x-rays to try to get any clue or evidence of what may lead us down a direction.
If we could show People's Exhibit 170.
So here we have an x-ray. It's kind of backwards. The right side should be over there, but we have an x-ray of a portion of the head and the upper chest. And this was really helps illustrate, before I start the dissection, what that metal structure may have done. And what I can tell from this image, at least from a front to back image, is that it extends at least to the midline of the neck. So the portion that we see on the surface is only a small portion of what this structure of metal may be.
You talked about then that gives you an idea for the dissection.
Yes, it just gives me not really a roadmap, but I have a sense of how far it's extending into it. So it's just further information for the procedure.
Okay. If we could show 155. Doctor, can you describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so we're several steps into the layered dissection at this point. And this is the neck structures after they've been removed from the body. The neck structures include what's called the larynx, which for the gentleman out there, that would be your Adam's apple, not as prominent in the females, but that's that portion of neck. Your airway and your thyroid gland area, so that front of your neck. This has been dissected out with, if you notice on your left side of the screen, which is the right side of the decedent, we still have a foreign object extending from there. So I've dissected out the neck structures, leaving that in place. So as I go through, I can document what it may or may not have injured.
Can you just orient us again, just to make it clear, the weapon that was retrieved was from the right side of the neck?
Yeah, so we're looking, imagine the decedent's head is near the ceiling and his feet are on the ground. We're looking down on the individual. So we have the right side of the body on your left, the left side on your right. You're looking down on a body. And this essentially, right here, would be the front portion of the neck, or the Adam apple area. The top portion of the airway, this is the lower portion of the trachea. So it's just been taken out in block. And this is the right side with that weapon or foreign object extending from that surface.
Thank you. Flipping that around, if we could show 156.
So now we're, like he said, we flipped it around. Now we're looking at the back side of that block of tissue. So now we can still see a foreign object extending from the right side of the neck, this time from the posterior view, and otherwise it's essentially the same. What you note here, or I note here, is in addition to that foreign object, there's a lot of hemorrhage. And we'll try to explain that as we go through here, but there's not hemorrhage from my procedure. When I dissect the body, it doesn't bleed profusely because there's no blood pressure. So here we do see a collection of hemorrhage, which is all this dark red-purple area. This area is largely void of it. It's more pink or yellow or tan, but all this dark area is tissue with hemorrhage in it.
And can you explain those concepts a little more in terms of hemorrhaging and blood pressure and how they relate as it pertains to your findings of trauma?
Sure. So when I'm going through my layered dissection, looking for abnormalities, in that process, when I cut tissue, it's going to ooze blood just because I'm cutting vessels and they're just going to leak out their contents, blood. If I encounter a tissue that is really dark, kind of like what we saw previously, that's consistent with a bruise. And a bruise is essentially damaged tissue that leaks blood while there's blood circulating, okay? If I was to take a mallet and hit a dead body, I might see a little mark on the surface from where the pressure was, but there's no bruising because I might damage the tissue, but there's no blood pressure, so blood will leak into the damaged tissue. So when I'm going through my dissection, as I encounter pockets of blood or bloody tissue, that alerts me to a possible injury that occurred during life.
Thank you. Going further in this dissection process, if we could show 157.
Okay, so we've gone through another layer, and I've actually removed the instrument. Once I found the free end in the middle of the neck, I was able to separate out the tissues affected. And what we have here, this is still on your left side of the screen is still the dominant neck structure, the larynx and trachea. On the right side of the screen is a portion of the esophagus, which resides on the posterior most portion of those neck structures. And what we have here is the final removed foreign object or weapon. We see that it has one sharp end, which we know was extending from the right side of the neck because that was in place at the time we received the body. And then it has a more blunted end, which I found into the esophagus. I removed a portion of the esophagus, which we saw on the posterior aspect in the area of all that hemorrhage. The internal portion of the esophagus is this pink tan mucosa. It's relatively unremarkable or intact except for one hole in the center there. And that hole is where that end of the weapon extended into.
Doctor, I've been able to zoom in to show that. Does that assist with what you're describing?
Yeah, it's just a closer up view where we look at the inner layer of the esophagus, and then the edges essentially represent the posterior exposed area, which we saw earlier, and that's hemorrhage. So we see a defect in the esophageal wall, which I, at the time of dissection, associated with the end of that metal object.
And does all of this correspond that we've discussed right now for what was noted in your report for stab wound 1?
Yes.
Okay. Just briefly, 158.
So just another view of the portion of esophagus we've already looked at, and a closer up view focusing in on the metal object.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think needs to be described as it pertains to your report for stab wound 1?
I don't think so. I mean, stab wound, so the numbering the wounds is arbitrary. This one was the first one I looked at, so it doesn't mean it was the first one that was occurred or the last one. It's just that's how I numbered them as I examined them. So this one essentially went into the right side of the neck through one of our major strap muscles, or the muscles you can feel when you turn your head, and went through some soft tissue causing hemorrhage and came to rest, at least at my examination, within the esophagus.
And doctor, I just want to ask, I know you had briefly talked about, you label it as one, it could have been others. Ultimately, let's take gunshot wounds and remove ourselves from this for a second. If there were 10 gunshots, you can't say which one necessarily came first or which one came last, most of the time. Fair?
Typically, no. Correct.
With the object being found in Mr. Dickerson's neck at the end of this, can you at least come up with a general progression as to that being the last in this case?
You could hypothesize that. It makes sense. Or was there more than one thing that was left there after the initial assault? And then
Speculation.
I'll allow that witness to answer the question.
I think hypothetically, it's the last thing that happened. It was left there. That would make sense, but I can't say scientifically that's the case. Yes.
Fair. All right. Moving on to stab wounds 2 through 4. You had noted in your autopsy report there's a collection of stab wounds involving the anterior aspect of the neck, including the larynx.
Correct.
Okay. Describe now where we're talking.
So we're still focused on just that block of tissue, the larynx. And I believe we'll see some photos that show another progression in the layered dissection where we look at the internal structures. Examining the external portion of neck structures was really challenging because of the condition of the body. As I think you can appreciate, the internal structure of the esophagus looks pretty good. It's intact, it's preserved. It's the areas that were exposed to the heat and fire that makes it challenging. So as we go layer by layer, that's how we can come to more definitive conclusions, and that's what we'll see with the next set of stab wounds.
Okay. Dealing with, why don't we start with 161?
Okay, so here we're still looking at that same block of tissue, the neck structures, and we've cleared away some of the charred material. This is the front, the anterior aspect of the neck because it's more dry. It doesn't have that obvious hemorrhage that we've seen on the posterior side. And what we see here is this appears to be a defect where I'm pointing here. And I believe there's a possible defect here where I'm illustrating with my forceps. So can't say for sure what's going on here. There are defects on the surface of those neck structures. And based on the layout here, I might be more on the front and left side, but I can't say for sure from this view.
162. Does this help now that this is the internal?
It does. So now we remove the esophagus from the back of the neck. We've showed you that. And then I go to the next layer, which is opening up the trachea and the larynx itself. So I've been able to actually open up from the backside the airway. And this little white structure is just a piece of plastic swab that I use to just open up the area. But what we see here is a really preserved pink tan mucosal lining of the airway, but then there are at least 3 abnormalities. These defects here just below the vocal cords shouldn't be there. The surface should all look clean and pink and tan like the rest of it. So that's how we find defects. They jump out. They don't look right. They're abnormalities. And these turned out to be individual injuries or stab wounds or sharp force injuries. And this is virtually dead center on the anterior portion of the neck.
So in terms of a spread of the injuries, are these relatively very close together?
I would say so, because if we look at the scale, from that picture, the scale is helpful. That gives us a 2 centimeter area, which is roughly, that's less than an inch. Because there's 2.5 centimeters to an inch. So that's less than a 1 inch area. So yes, close together.
And in general, all these stab wounds that you noted were in a similar area, specifically Mr. Dickerson's neck.
Correct.
Okay. Not spread out between like his torso, his chest, his neck, and his head. Fair to say?
The ones I identified, yes, were limited to the neck.
And then dealing with stab wound number 5, you had discussed that that was the left aspect of the neck with injury to the left carotid artery, marked soft tissue, and left carotid artery injuries.
Yes.
Okay. And describe then, just before we switch to it, where are we talking?
So during this layered dissection, you know, I mentioned earlier, I look for areas of hemorrhage to suggest an area of injury. So when I was doing my neck dissection, on the left side, I saw a collection of hemorrhage. So I carefully dissected those structures, and I associated that with another sharp force injury or stab wound because there was a very discrete injury to the left carotid artery, which runs along that central block of tissue that we've been looking at so carefully.
Okay. 163.
Okay, this is challenging to get perspective, but the decedent's head is on the right side. Yeah, your right side of the screen. His neck structures are in the middle. On the left side of the screen is his chest cavity. Okay, so we're focused in on the left side of the neck. And I think you can appreciate that the centermost area is very shiny, dark, red, purple. You can contrast that with the tissue just a short distance from that, it doesn't look that way. So this is another area of hemorrhage. So this is where I started focusing my attention to a careful dissection of the structures that would be of significance there. We always look at the great vessels, the jugular vein and the carotid arteries, because even small injuries to those can result in massive blood loss. So that's an area of particular interest.
164.
So here, I've gone through that careful dissection, and I've now exposed the carotid artery, which is this white, pink, white, tan, tubular structure. And these are my fingers holding it up. And right here, there's a little notch or divot. That's a defect in the artery, and it's a cut. So that portion of the artery has been injured, which is largely and most likely responsible for this profuse hemorrhage in that area.
In 164, you discuss seeing that defect in the carotid artery and it being cut, and that would be a significant event from a bloodletting process. Is that fair to say that that would cause a lot of blood to come from your body?
Yes.
Okay. If that was occurring, and maybe obviously you haven't seen this in person, but would that release a lot of blood and be obvious for someone to see?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, in this, we can take that down. Ultimately, in this, as you went through this thorough dissection that you described, you wrote your report that you had noticed 5 separate and distinct stab wounds.
Yes.
And then also there was the retrieval of the weapon as it pertained to some of the exhibits that we previously looked at, but is there a process of going through and marking and photographing that as you went along with the process?
Yes.
Okay. If I could show 165. (166). Why do you take these photos, Doc?
Documentation.
Yep.
I mean, it's just so we have everything documented so that when something comes up a couple years later, you have a reference to refer to, not just your memory.
167.
Just a close-up of, I'm not sure if that's my hand or my assistant's hand holding it, just to look at the end that was actually within the neck structures.
168.
Close-up view of the end.
And 169.
Just a close-up view of the, maybe an identifying mark on the tool.
Okay. Doctor, after going through this entire autopsy, were you able to determine a cause of death and a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Sharp force injuries of the neck.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Going through your process of the autopsy, it was obvious to you that the decedent was found in a burning structure, right?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not there were any injuries related to smoke inhalation or direct fire contact based on looking at his internal aspects?
Yes.
And what is that?
So clearly with fire and smoke, it's dirty. You have soot deposition. And one thing I tried to focus on there when we looked at the internal portion of the trachea and larynx, it was nice, clean, pink, tan. It wasn't dirty and filled with soot. So from that perspective, I concluded it was probably unlikely that he was breathing in soot-filled smoke. But then, as I mentioned earlier, during the exam, I draw body fluids, and I was able to test his blood for the presence of carbon monoxide also. And that was negligible. He had 3% carbon monoxide, which you can get if you're in a room with a smoker, or if you do smoke, it's a very low acceptable level. It does not indicate that he was breathing smoke-filled air during the fire.
Okay. And again, that was part of why you do the toxicology.
Yes.
Okay. You also noted on the toxicology that ethanol alcohol was found in Mr. Dickerson's body.
Yes.
And a lot of it, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. 0.362 BAC?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that alcohol that was in his system that was a potential cause or manner of his death?
No.
Does that change your analysis at all as to that?
No.
Does it change your opinion at all about the 5 separate and distinct stab wounds?
No.
Also, with that toxicology that was ran, was there ever the presence of THC or anything noted that you saw in there?
I'd have to look back. I don't think there was anything else significant. May I look?
Yeah, of course.
No. There was detected caffeine and nicotine and a byproduct of nicotine. So, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can the parties approach? we good? All right. Cheryl, are you all set? Okay. All right. We are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our afternoon recess, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. If there's no issues from either side, we'll go ahead and bring the jury in and get started.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Devereaux, any cross-examination, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Burson.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Dr. Burson, so as we heard earlier, the 14-year career, is that right?
About, yeah.
About there?
Into my 15th year, yes.
Okay. And you've testified as an expert over approximately 110 times, right?
Yes.
And am I correct in guessing probably thousands of autopsies at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that this autopsy that you conducted with Mr. Dickerson's case was not the first time you've had someone on your table presenting with stab wounds?
Oh, no, for sure.
Right. And in your experience, it's not common that someone actually is on your table with stab wounds and actually has the weapon still in them, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in the thousands of autopsies that you've conducted, you've never had any other case where the weapon for stabbing was actually still remaining in the body.
I've had weapons left in the body.
It's not from a stabbing, correct?
Not a metal stabbing. I've had penetration with a tool, a weapon still left in the body, yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to myself and my investigator, Miss Mendoza, back in October of this past year, 2024?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling us that you've never had any other cases where a weapon used to stab someone was left behind in a body?
I don't recall that for sure, but I've never had a case where there's been a knife or a metal object left in the body. I've had other things left.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Sure. And the reason for that is most people who go through the effort of stabbing someone with a knife or a weapon pull it out and take the weapon with them, right?
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay. But again, based on your experience, these thousands of autopsies, that's generally the practice that you see.
They're not in my body, correct?
Correct. And as a forensic pathologist, as we heard about with the prosecution, you carefully document each stab wound that you see.
I attempt to, yes.
Right. That's part of, as we heard, the medical and legal aspect of what your role is.
Correct.
And that documentation also includes the appearance of the stab wound, as we see, or we saw, I should say.
Yes, if possible, yes.
Location on the body.
Yes.
And what injury you are seeing to the anatomy, as we talked about on direct examination.
Yes.
And also the shape of the wound.
If possible, yes.
The margins of the wound, if possible.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that's pretty standard practice in the world of forensic pathology when you're, again, trying to explain what happened to this body that's in front of you, right?
Well, you try to characterize the features visible to you, yes.
Right, because also, though, wounds and how they appear, their shapes can tell you, frequently at least, or help you identify the direction of movement that the wound was caused by.
The shapes won't, but usually the wound path will indicate that.
Correct. And in this case, the body presented of Mr. Dickerson's body created some challenges, obviously, to examining any appearance indicators that would tell you the movement of the object that caused it. Is that fair to say?
There was serious constraints, yes.
Correct. You were still able to determine that they were stab wounds
Yes.
and not what's known as incised wounds.
I couldn't see incised wounds, no.
Correct. And incised is INCISED, correct?
Yes.
And an incised wound, for the jury's benefit, are more longer than directly a puncture wound. Is that fair to say? Is that a rough description?
They're cuts, rough
Cuts.
description,
Thanks,
yes.
thanks. So a classic example of a weapon that could cause such an incised wound would be a knife, right?
Sharp edge of any sort, really.
Right. So if I take a knife and I go like this to my hand, this would be the incised wound.
Correct.
And you did not note any such incised wounds on Mr. Dickerson.
I did not.
Okay. And as we've seen, part of that could be because the condition of the exterior of his body, right?
Sure.
But as we've seen also and heard from you in your careful explanation, you go through the layers to see what other evidence of injury you can find, right?
Yes.
Okay. And no such injury besides these 5 stab wounds that you've described.
I didn't observe any other significant injuries, no.
Thank you. And I want to focus on what you've identified as stab wound number 1, which is the injury that has the metal object still in it.
Yes.
Okay. Based on what you observed, you could tell from the direction of where the metal object was going inside the body, sort of where, or the path of travel, let's say.
Yes.
And so you could tell that, as we've seen, the metal object went in Mr. Dickerson's body from right to left,
Yes.
but also front to back.
I would say that's reasonable, yes.
And for the remaining 5 stab wounds, which are, again, you've identified as 2 through 5,
Yes.
You could tell the movement of those injuries as well.
Limited.
Yes.
They're front to back, essentially.
Yes. And that's where I'm going. That was my very next question, so I appreciate that. And the point is, all 5 of these stab wounds were caused from the front of Mr. Dickerson, correct?
Well, the ones in the larynx,
Mm-hmm.
I can only identify an anterior defect. So those were most likely front to back.
Yes. And as you said earlier, the one that with the metal file, stab wound 1, was also likely front to back, right?
Well, we just described it being right to left.
Right, but you also testified a moment ago that it was likely front to back.
Right, that's one of the directions in a trajectory. We decided that was right to left and front to back.
Yes, thank you for that
Yes.
clarification. But my point is in terms of back versus front, okay, all 5 of these stab wounds would likely have a point of injury from the front of Mr. Dickerson, correct?
It's a tough question. There are injuries on the front of the neck specifically for 2 through 4.
Correct.
1 and 5 have a lateral aspect.
Right, as we talked
So
about.
to say discreetly they are solely front to back would be inaccurate.
And I appreciate that. But my point is nothing about these stab wounds indicate that they were caused to the back of his neck.
I would say, I would agree,
Okay,
yes.
thank you for that clarification. There's no indication that any of them were caused from this metal shank coming from or entering his body from the back.
There's no injuries that I saw on the back of his body.
Thank you. And so the person inflicting these wounds would have to be pretty close to the front of Mr. Dickerson's face, fair to say?
What is close? And we have a 7 or so inch thing left in the body.
Okay.
Looks like it probably lost a part of its handle. So how long, what is close? They were, when the wounds were, I can't say that because there could be a reach around. So I can't say that.
Do you recall testifying, do you recall talking to my investigator and myself, again, back in October 2024 on the phone, and you told us that the person inflicting these wounds would have had to be pretty close to the front of Mr. Dickerson's face?
I don't, but I recall us talking about I can't give the positions of the bodies because this could be from behind, it could be in front.
Right.
So no, I do not recall that statement.
Do you recall telling us or explaining to us that it wouldn't have been a situation, given the size of the object and the likelihood that someone else or Mr. Dickerson would have probably have been trying to fight them off, that it wouldn't have been a situation where they were, a foot or two away from each other?
They're going to be in close proximity, but face to face, back to face, I can't say that.
That makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. So, as an expert in forensic pathology, you're familiar with Vincent DeMaio?
Yes.
Okay. And Vincent DeMaio wrote a textbook, one of the leading textbooks in forensic pathology, right?
He's written several books. He mostly focuses on gunshot wounds, but yes, he's written several books.
And is it fair to say that his book of forensic pathology, it's been out for a couple of editions, and it's one of the go-to textbooks for forensic pathology?
It's one of the textbooks. More people go to Spitz and Fisher, and there's others. He's one of them.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that's the go-to.
He's one of the big groups of people who produce these types of books. Is that fair to say?
It was prolific.
So it's kind of like who you like better, Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, right? But the point is, you're familiar with his work, right?
I am familiar with some of his work.
Okay. And would you agree that most deaths due to stab wounds are homicides?
No,
Okay, why not?
because I've had more suicidal sharp force injuries than homicidal.
Okay, I appreciate that. Would you agree that often the stab wounds that are, stab wound cases that are classified as homicides often present with multiple wounds, usually widely scattered all over the body?
That can occur. I wouldn't say that's the majority.
Okay. Would you agree that most fatal stab wounds are located in the chest, specifically, particularly the left chest?
In my experience, I've had more in the back and to the head.
Okay.
So whatever DeMaio has says is one thing. What I've seen over almost 6,000 autopsies, a significant number of sharp force homicides, is something other.
Okay. Are you familiar that according to Mr. DeMaio, one explanation for most fatal stab wounds being located in the chest area, the left chest area specifically, is because if the intent is to kill someone, one would stab in the chest where the heart is known to be?
It's a reasonable explanation.
And similarly, if you're intending to kill someone, as you've seen, stabbing them in the back would probably be a good way of doing it, right?
It works.
It works. Likely also works if you stab someone in the head, right?
It works not as well.
Okay, is that because there's a hard skull?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of the head, let's turn to your examination of Mr. Dickerson's head, okay?
Yes.
As you explained to the jury, when you're doing these autopsies, I think you called it a systematic examination of the layers of the body.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And that doesn't include just the areas where you see the injury, right?
No, that's the torso, head, and neck. If there's details needed in the extremities, it would include those, but typically it's focused on the torso and head and neck.
Okay. And as such, you conducted a systematic examination of the layer of Mr. Dickerson's head, right?
Yes.
And that includes the scalp, right?
Yes. Well,
Normally it includes the scalp.
yeah, it depends. I'd have to see You should include the scalp.
Okay. And then there's the skull bone, right?
Yes.
And then there's the brain.
Then there's the meninges.
Right.
There's the brain.
Yes.
Yeah, there's layers.
There's layers of the head, right?
Yes.
And you and I kind of paused because when we, just for the jury's benefit, the scalp is actually like more the skin area of the head, right? That you kind of see and can touch, right?
Yes.
And obviously with Mr. Dickerson, that was burnt off, right?
It wasn't entirely burnt off, but it's burnt and contracted because I know there was some there because we had a little bit of hair still. But yeah, generally speaking, it wasn't available to examine.
Right. In fact, like, oops, sorry, Cheryl. You could see some of his hair on the top of his head, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, it was still intact. It wasn't burnt off, right?
I believe so, yes.
And when you're doing this systematic examination of the layers of the head, you're looking for things, again, to explain why this person is ending up on your table, potentially, right?
Yes.
And you're documenting things incredibly carefully, right?
Best of my ability, I try.
I mean, this is what you do for a living, right?
That's correct.
Right. And I think you even described for the jury taking things under the microscope.
Yes.
And you're looking for in the head area for a host of different things, but one of which is lacerations, right?
Well, that's really an accurate question or statement. I'm looking for abnormalities at each layer. A laceration would be a feature on the scalp.
Right. It would be an abnormality that you would note, right?
If it's present, yes.
Correct. Another abnormality you would note is an abrasion, right?
Yes.
Another abnormality that you would note would be a hematoma.
Yes.
Another abnormality that you would note would be a hemorrhage, as we've seen.
Yes.
Another abnormality that you would note would be a skull fracture.
Yes.
Another abnormality that you would note would be contusions of the scalp.
Yeah.
And all of these injuries that we just went over, or abnormalities, would be consistent with an impact injury.
No.
No?
They can be.
They can be. Thank you for that clarification. And impact injuries are caused when the head is struck with or against an object.
Yes.
And as part of the autopsy, in this case with Mr. Dickerson, you did not note any abnormality with his head.
No injury abnormalities, no.
Yes, thank you. And that includes in all of these different layers of his head.
Correct.
And so you noted in your autopsy report, or let me ask it this way. In your autopsy report, you did not note any evidence of injury to Mr. Dickerson's head.
Correct.
Now I want to turn to the carotid artery, okay?
Sure.
Injury there. In examining the injury to Mr. Dickerson's neck, again, as we heard, his carotid artery was injured, right?
Yes.
And this particular artery, the carotid, provides the main blood supply to the head and neck region. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I appreciate that because, again, law school, not med school, so thank you. And there was an injury, or the injury that we saw in the picture to Mr. Dickerson's carotid would have caused significant bleeding, right?
Yes.
And I think you ultimately, as we heard, concluded he had a massive bloodletting experience, right?
The injuries observed could lead to a massive blood loss.
And then death, right?
Yes.
And with such an injury to the carotid, applying pressure, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar on TV, movies, you see someone with a bleeding wound and you apply pressure and it's like a first aid remedy, right?
Yes.
Applying pressure to this type of injury to the carotid would not have helped. Is that fair to say? Would not have helped.
No, it could have helped. It would not have hurt.
Okay.
It could have slowed bleeding.
But this injury to the carotid ultimately, let me ask you this. This injury to the carotid would have caused such significant bleeding that applying such pressure to the injured area would not have stopped death unless medical interventions were immediately available. Is that fair to say?
Not necessarily. In the whole context of if that was the only injury and the individual had applied pressure, if it then got medical, would have survived. Eventually, if it just sat around doing nothing, watching TV, holding blood,
Right.
would have died. So I'm not sure what your question.
Let me clarify. The death caused by, or someone bleeding out in the carotid, death is fairly rapid. Is that fair to say?
It's over a period of minutes, depending on the circumstances. I mean, again, applying pressure is the first aid you're going to do.
Okay. You have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
You wrote, or as part of your role as a coroner, you fill out what's called a DC worksheet, correct?
I do.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
So one of the roles of when you investigate death, you have to determine cause and manner of death, and that needs to go on to the final death certificate for the individual. At autopsy, I have basically a photocopy of a death certificate where I can scratch off, my conclusions if I have them. If I have a case where someone hung themselves and it was a suicide, on that worksheet, I will check off suicide and asphyxiation to the ligature hanging. So then they can start working on filling out the death certificate for the state. In a case like this, I don't recall what I put on there, but I will usually list some of my findings. It probably says sharp force injuries of the neck, ? Carbon monoxide. I don't know, but it's just notes of what my findings were so that when my investigators are talking to families, if they have questions, they have something to refer to.
And did you fill one of those out in this case?
I don't recall specifically. I should have. I probably did.
Would you recognize your signature?
I would.
Okay. Would you recognize your signature with the date and Mr. Dickerson's name on the DC worksheet?
If it's present, I should.
Okay. And this worksheet also says specifically the interval between the onset of the injury that caused the death and death itself.
There's a box for that because that's on the death certificate, yes.
Correct. Would it refresh your memory to look at that worksheet in this case?
Sure.
You want me to approach?
Sure. Do you have it marked, Ms. Deborah?
It's not an exhibit.
Okay.
I'm just refreshing his recollection.
No, that's fine. If you did, I wanted to make sure I got it.
Let me know when your memory's refreshed.
Yes, I filled this out, yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
And so the amount of time listed on the death certificate worksheet, State of Colorado Certificate of Death worksheet with your signature on it, says the interval between onset of the sharp force injuries of the neck to death would have been minutes.
Just like I said a moment ago.
Correct. And you testified a moment ago when I asked you about bleeding and this location of the carotid and whether or not pressure could have been applied. And you said that it could have been and it would have helped stop the bleeding.
Yes, I said it would not hurt. It would help.
I'm not asking if it would hurt. I'm saying would it have stopped the bleeding?
It could slow the bleeding.
It would not have stopped the bleeding.
I can't say scientifically on this case, in the situation he was in, if he could have stopped it. Typically, it would require surgical intervention.
Because when you talked to myself and my investigator, Ms. Mendoza, on the phone back in October 2024, you specifically said, and I quote, "He got the carotid artery, so it would have been bleeding pretty good. You cannot stop it from bleeding by applying pressure," end quote.
Great. I do not recall that. I remember us talking while I was driving across town, but yes, you're going to put pressure on it to slow the bleeding. Whether it stops, I can't say specifically.
And despite the imminency of the death due to this injury in minutes, it is likely that during those few minutes, Mr. Dickerson would have still been moving. Is that correct?
I don't know when it occurred in the event. Had he already sustained the wounds to the front of his neck and already has the implement on the right side of the neck? I don't know. If that was early on, yes, I would imagine he could still be moving. But I don't know.
Because there was no brain injury, right?
I'm not sure how that would impact it.
Do you recall when you spoke to Ms. Mendoza and I back in October 2024, you said that Mr. Dickerson would have still likely been moving since there was no brain injury?
If that, I mean, that's an accurate statement, if that's the case.
And that Mr. Dickerson would have still been conscious?
Just having an injury to your carotid artery is not going to render you unconscious initially. So yes, that's accurate.
And it would also likely have, he would have likely not been immediately incapacitated.
Correct.
And so there would still have been a period of time where Mr. Dickerson could have been intentionally moving towards another person.
During this whole event with all five, yes, I would believe so, unless the 362 alcohol put him unconscious.
Now, to finish up today, the 5 injuries that you described to Mr. Perelia and to this jury, these 5 stab wounds were all in close proximity to each other, correct?
Yes.
Very close. In fact, I think you said less than an inch.
For the ones on the front of the neck?
Yes.
Yes, but then the ones on the side, I mean, they're all in a very small area.
Okay, thank you for that. And so it would be fair to call the 5 stab wounds sort of a cluster of wounds.
Yes.
And a cluster of wounds with, again, the weapon still in one of the 5.
Yes.
And given the close proximity of each stab wound, the general consensus would be that each wound was caused in rapid succession.
That would be my hypothesis as well, yes.
No slow pauses in, out, in.
Well,
No big dramatic pauses between. It's more of a rapid succession movement.
Yeah, that's a difficult, what is rapid? They occurred at the same period of time, whether that is over 7 seconds or 18 seconds, I don't know. But yes, they were close proximity to each other.
And each stab wound is done in rapid succession in a short period of time, right?
They were close proximity to each other, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination, please?
All right.
Sir, you were asked in terms of looking at this circumstance in totality of what difficulties were presented to you. It's fair to say that arson and the state of this body created a lot of constraints for you.
Yes, fact.
And as part of that, your typical autopsy process isn't necessarily able to be followed because all of this evidence or potential evidence has been destroyed. Is that fair?
Correct. You can't document features that are not present for evaluation.
So, for example, you were asked extensively about these abnormalities or injuries that could have occurred to the face.
The head, yes.
The head. And essentially, if a person was completely clean, let's just assume that there had been no fire, same places for the evidence of stab wounds in this case, would you have been able to do a much different autopsy?
I would have more detail on the observations I had.
Okay. And so these aspects of scratches or bruises or anything like that on the forehead, were you able to do that with Mr. Dickerson's body in this case?
No.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other if,
Objection leading.
I'll allow the question.
so based on the condition of Mr. Dickerson's body as you did this autopsy, you're not able to go through that entire analysis from that book. Is that fair?
That book or any of the many pathology textbooks, no, those are ideal textbook situations. I was at a very large disadvantage based on the way the body was handled over to me.
So it serves a purpose in that it limits your ability to do your job.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of the positioning of the bodies, you were asked about that in terms of facing or behind. That's not something you're going to opine on, correct?
I can't do that, no.
Okay. You were also asked about the areas of the body that would be indicative of killing.
Yes.
Would the carotid artery in the neck be one of those areas that we see routinely in movies of being stabbed?
Well, I can't say I share the same movies you watch, maybe, but yes, the neck injuries are depicted in murders on television. Yes.
And is that an area where a person is very vulnerable, where that structure has very limited protection?
Yes.
And we saw that with Mr. Dickerson in the autopsy.
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection, Mr. Praley, if you'll rephrase.
Did you notice that?
Despite the condition of the body, I was able to identify injuries, and specifically injuries to the major structures of the neck.
So in going back, you were provided all these different areas from her Tom Brady book. Can we at least agree that the neck for you would be an area that you think is indicative of an intent to kill?
Objection. Reapproach.
Sure.
You may answer.
I don't remember the question.
That's fair. Do you mind reading it back? Correct.
And Mr. Praley, it might be easier if you review the record on. No, that's fine.
Yes.
And if you only had one stab wound, would your opinion still be?
I'm sorry?
Objection. Same
What's-
objection.
Same objection. All right, I'll overrule the objection.
If you only had one stab wound to the neck, would you still feel that that was indicative of an intent to kill?
A single stab wound to the neck, even in this case to the left side, yes, is a fatal injury.
What about two?
Objection 401, 403.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, 2, 3, or up to 5 or more if I couldn't identify him due to the condition of the body. Yes.
And you noted at least 5.
Yes.
Fair to say it could be more?
Objection. The approach.
Sure.
So, sir, the area of the injuries mattered to you for intent?
Yes.
And also then you were asked on cross-examination about this time period and these happening in a succession that you believed would be likely.
Yes.
You had noted anywhere from 7 to 18 seconds was kind of the example you gave. Fair?
That was just an example to say difference in time.
Okay.
I don't know the period of time that these occurred.
Fair to say. But you would agree with me that the scope and the precision is,
Objection leading.
Can you finish asking the question first?
would you agree with me that there was scope, a small scope here in terms of where the injuries were?
I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
The injuries were all restricted to the neck in a relatively small area.
Okay. And have you seen other stabbing cases where the wounds vary all over and that they're stabbing what they can hit at the time?
I have.
Mayor, can we approach, please?
Sure. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another unrelated court hearing that is coming up this afternoon that unfortunately I cannot get coverage for, so I think this is probably the best place for us to break for the evening. Doctor, I'm sorry, before I forget, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. Sir, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before I let you go for the week, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, I will release you for the evening. We will reconvene on Monday morning at 8:30. And again, if you'll report upstairs to the jury room on the 3rd floor. Please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 4 p.m.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Gregson, you have your phone number, right?
Cheryl, did you say that you're going to do the prelim too? Is it going to be a different file, I assume? Like close it and open it? Okay.
I mean, literally, all the time, every day.
It was so bad.
There's one. Okay, I'll try and remember. How hard is it to set up? I just need a monitor?